So this game is presented in like an ultra widescreen thing where there's black bars in the top and bottom. So I figured the easiest way to manage that is just to Oh, I just realized, like, that's funny. My initial reaction there was that, like, why was the audio off sync? No, they actually simulated the off sync on purpose, right? Because you see the flash of the lightning before you hear the thunder. Yeah, it's nearby, but it's not instant. Yeah. No, they've got the timing correct. It just I've been like focused enough on timing and audio issues and stuff recently that I was like, wait, is it off? Is something wrong? No, it's good, perfect. Greetings, Formal. Yeah, so the game is normally presented with black bars in the top and bottom. As far as I can tell, that space is not used for anything except for like accessing an options menu and stuff. So yeah, the hope is that having this layout will be completely fine. That is the hope. And is the audio still too loud? Like the thunderclaps go louder than everything else, though. We'll keep it at this volume for now, but do let me know if the game audio is too loud, and we can drop it back down as we go here. So my most of my Undertale playthroughs didn't have a camera and shutter. I think it was just the 5th that had cam on screen the whole time, which was probably late 2016. But my first didn't. I think my first 4 Undertale playthroughs did not have a camera on screen. For the whole playthrough there. The 5th one had it up the whole time. Yeah, no, it wasn't up even during the 4th. As far as I recall, anyway. Because I just recently-ish, it was like sometime in the last 3 years, put up a, the secrets and exploration sort of Undertale series on YouTube, which was a combination of the 4th and 5th playthrough, and I think it's switching between camera and not camera is what I'm remembering. But I could be wrong. I do recommend that, by the way, up on YouTube. Bam. Like, interestingly, I think my first Undertale playthrough is probably the least interesting. Partially because I wasn't sold on the game yet, but there was at least some unique and interesting aspects of that one. But I think the more unique aspects come later. How do I like this game so far? Well, they correctly simulate the delay on the thunderclap, so it's got that going for it. All right. Well, click to start. Click to start. Yep. All right. GG. Brandius. I wonder when it was my fate was sealed. Never expected my death to be so epic. Can't complain, I guess. Hey, Donovan, are you listening? Greetings, Chronometrics. Yeah, for those that didn't come from Discord, and don't know otherwise. This is going to be a decently bit different than what we've normally got on stream here, so pretty likely chance of, more strong language, sexual content, things like that, so fair warning on that front. Hey, Donovan, are you listening? You don't need to stop every 3 sentences and ask if I'm listening. Of course I'm listening. I'm a bartender. So that girl from Proxima, Vega, turns out that she was just using me to smoke out the mole in the city police. Did you sleep with her? Nope, and she's not into guys. Anyway, I almost got arrested, but I managed to hack my way out of the bot patrol car. One day, you're going to end up dead or worse if you keep doing business with those Proxima scoundrels. We live in a city ruled by corporations. If I didn't associate with scoundrels, I'd be out of work in no time. So basically, today sucked. Why don't you hit me up with something? Alright, what do you feel like? Bourbon? Vodka? Tequila? Surprise me. Okay, let me see what we've got here. Let's prepare a drink for Brandius. Okay, are they actually talking to someone? I thought they were just tutorializing, but maybe it's somewhere in between. What should we aim for? Do you see any interesting soul nodes, Newman? Newman. Newman? Oh, last muse must have expired already. Let's see if I can't channel a new one. Harvester of sensations, I beg of you, bestow upon me your graces. Weave the red strings and guide my hand to tune into buried emotion. That should do it. Now, if you can hear me, try to pick up a bottle and move it around. We're a muse of the bartender, apparently. Greetings, Jangle. Welcome to the stream. Can't. Can't mess up their notebook. Nice. I'm feeling it already. Now, try to visualize our customer's soul. There you go. Now focus. At the Red Strings Club, we don't just serve alcohol. We use spirits to tune into customers' emotions. It's about matching their vibes and allowing them to savor, mourn, or contemplate their soul's fundamental sentiments. Try to read into Brandius' soul. These are the buried states he's carrying right now, the soul nodes. Okay. They serve spirits. I imagine Necrobarista makes that joke as well. Although that's more of a coffee shop. Not sure. Have the cursor over them to read a brief description. Anxiety, regret, pride. That one's smaller. Now, let's bring out one of those dormant emotions. Whatever you pour into this glass will be reflected by the soul disc. Each spirit has a different effect. Up, down, left, right. Make the soul disc match with a soul node. That's how you make a drink worthy of the Red Strings Club. So what would you say you do here, bartender? If this is what I'm doing. I guess they listen. Which is valid, I suppose. Feel free to experiment until you get the hang of it. If you ever get lost, you can check your ingredients in the notebook. Objectives. Find out more about the new freelance torturer kid in town. Get an invitation to the New Year's City's Corp Summit for Brandius. Find a supply of red secret and blue whisper. Hello, Great Pickle. Hey, Mark Megas. Thank you kindly for the raid. Hopefully Hanabi treated y'all well tonight. Facts int. The torturer is the grandson of a fallen mafia boss. For those distorting, we're just starting, so we don't know what any of this stuff is about either. Rumors say he uses very unconventional methods. Proxima will be attending the New Year's City Corp Summit too. Supercontinent will be presenting something revolutionary. The car. Guy named Ghost T has dealt with Red Secret in the past. Hey there, Mike. Greetings, Lillian Sky Mage. Alexander's High Roller Bourbon. With the highest rye count of any bourbon on the market, the carefully constructed spice profile of the spirit will make an intense impression on your tongue before its smooth finish exalts your very soul to rarely met heights. That's quite the sales copy you've got there. Deep Down Vodka. The slightly sweet and grainy palate of this ultra-premium vodka manages to be soft yet spellbinding at every level. As its subtle earthly nut flavors emerge, your psyche will dive deep down to your innermost impulses. Hey, ForgeBots. Westward Absinthe. That voice just seems appropriate for like all of these reads though. Distilled in the oldest absinthe stills in the world, this hand-selected combination of 19 herbs, including Westward Star Anise, will dance in your mouth and nose, appealing to the left, warmer side of your heart. Alright, well we know that one goes left at least. Tequilos Carlos Derecho. With only 80 bottles produced each year, this exclusive tequila, okay, whatever, we're gonna stick with it. Tequila, rich in toasted agave flavors and smoky aromas, will light a fire in you. Its secret recipe is scientifically proven to intensely stimulate the right side of your brain. I guess these probably had an up and down, right? High, okay. So, what do we want to bring out? Pride, anxiety, or regret? Hi, Mart. Feel a little weird being on screen. Why not both? I mean, there's 3, and also I think we can only do one at a time. They're in different parts. The soul nodes are in different parts of the soul. Two of those sound more fun than the others. I mean, I could see them all being interesting. And I'm not even 100% sure which one you're discounting, but anxiety is the one that I'm guessing you're discounting. Hey, Radiant, yeah. Let's see. I mean, I'm not without Prime. I don't have a lot of that, probably. Like this, like anxiety, regret, and burnout. Maybe that's probably a better brew for a streamer, I think. Your soul nodes would be easier to appease simultaneously than Jason, man. I'm leaning towards regret, so let's go down and right. I mean, this one's got a left arrow, this one's got a right arrow. Okay, this is down. A little far, but you can nail a drink. Oh. You can nail a drink by adding just the right amount of ice to it. Each ice cube will reduce the size of the soul disc. Try to match the soul node's size. Oh, do you want me to actually light it up perfectly? Just awkwardly add tiny amounts of additional booze. Okay. All right. We've nailed regret. What took you so long? Doing the Muse casting thing again. Yeah. I lost my mojo and wanted to make a drink worthy of your refined palate. Harvester of sensations, I beg of you, bestow upon my friends some drunkenness. Laugh after you drink it. You know I always hit the spot. I know. Let's see which spot you're hitting tonight. So, Donovan. Serve Brandius a glass of regret. You know, I'm sorry that I keep working with Proxima after learning what they did to you. And I know they may be a little extreme and a little too volatile, but you gotta understand, they're good for the city. And there aren't many other hacktivist groups that can play on a level field with the corps and the government. We've been over this. Work is work. But don't ever think I'll be alright with them. If the very savior of mankind broke your knees and poisoned you with implant-rejecting viruses, how hard would you find it to sympathize with them? Yeah, I know. I'm still sorry, though. What the hell? Bar's closed, miss. I should hope so, if that is the Engels mall. Door is a little weird angled. Yeah, I can see that, man. And now everyone else can too, Crow. Look what you've done. That's not a drunk person, Brandius. It's an android. Oh, I thought it was some implant fangirl. Get her up and let's see what we got here, would you? Right away, sir. Hello? Who are you? Kara 184. And so I never like going too robotic with voices personally. One, 8, 4. 184? Ringing any bells, Donnie? It's in pretty bad shape, but I believe this is an Akara android from Supercontinent Limited. They still haven't seen the light of day. According to what I've heard, they've only been put to use internally at Supercontinent. And what the hell is it doing here? Beats me. Rumors say that this is the first android capable of making ethical decisions, examining every single factor in play in the life of any subject. Minding emotional statuses, social impact, economic repercussions, legal risks. How come you're so knowledgeable about this topic? How come you never told me about this? Well, that's what information brokers do, amigo. Share the trivial, sell the relevant. But we're supposed to be a team. Exactly, and I got your back. Knowing too much can compromise your safety in the field. What if someone tries to torture the info out of you? Well, they'll just kill me since I won't have any leverage. Human improvement compromised. Okay, that was creepy enough. I'm going in. Whoa. Hold on a sec. You're going to connect your neural drive to this fireworks factory? Yeah, don't worry about it. I won't go very deep. Just want to check the memory banks. You want to know how this Akara got here, don't you? Okay, but don't be reckless. It's okay. Oh, and you can pay me later for the info I get. Pay you? But we're a team. It's for your own good, sweet cheeks. All right then. Hello, world? Greetings, Akara 184. Welcome to the job. Supercontinent Ltd. Clinic Division H Corps expects you to be an excellent human upgrade crafter. Please familiarize yourself with your work zone until you're comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to accept requests. Yes, Master. Thank you. I'm out. This is the operating theater. Here you'll receive our clients and you'll install their necessary upgrades. Are you ready to start getting clients? No, I want to study a little longer. Three things, alright. This is the pottery disc. With it, you will shape handcrafted limbs and organs for the clients. Alright. We're not just brewing drinks, we're making pots. Arm pots. This is the official
H-Core Transhumanist Wiki. With it, you can study the different upgrades and select one to craft at the pottery disc. This interface displays data on our client queue. With it, you can keep track of clients' progress and post-operative satisfaction.
Alright, are we... Oh, okay. The Enchantress. Increase your online social network charisma. The Vizier. Highly enhances your persuasion skills. The Godmother. Filters online content to block any type of negative stimuli. The Prince. Dramatically increases your sex appeal. The Temple. Eliminates the need for social acceptance. The Frog. Nullifies ambition and thirst for power. The Husk. Shuts your social conscience down. Seems ominous. Well, I mean, everyone knows that we're selecting the Frog. Pretty clearly. Oh, I needed to probably look at the... well, maybe we'll have a reference. We do.
This is a block of biomatter. You can use this lathe to turn it into a useful upgrade. To spin the lathe, just click repeatedly. When the lathe gains enough speed, use your right hand to shape the biomatter. Press the buttons on the device to your right to pick a proper tool to shape the blueprint you chose in the Transhumanist Wiki. Rewind previous actions and correct mistakes. This will restore the biomatter to an earlier state. Or in 3, tune into some focus-enhancing music tracks. 4, submit a finished piece or just exit the lathe. Feel free to experiment as much as you need. We're expecting great products from you, Akara 184.
Hey, I selected this one, didn't I? Okay. Oh, see, that's not deep enough, apparently. How do I... I mean... like, we can set that, and then that's all wrong. It's not competitive, at least as far as we know, Kitty Catastrophe. Oh, I'm not clicking the buttons. I've got to move the finger up on the button. Very awkward. Okay. Fair enough. How do I... like, that's not gonna go any finer in the middle there, yeah? Is it? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, alright, we can just do it that way. That looks pretty jank, if you ask me, but, you know what? It's like, no. Not that one. Thank you. No, don't. Okay, I didn't reset anything meaningful. Okay. I'm like, I didn't want to reset that. I mean, I could try to smooth this out down here, I guess. Make that a little bit less jank. But, like, the inside's gonna be jank regardless, because it doesn't seem to... Well, like, is it, though? Like, this does look like it's the right size, it just wasn't working when I was first doing it. Maybe it was working and it just seemed like it wasn't. The sound of it molding the biomatter is a little disconcerting, by the way. But gonna be jank, but it's gonna light up and like claim it's not too bad. Clearly perfection, right? I don't think I can rotate the hand, no. Yeah, all right.
Production complete. The frog. Well done.
I could have apparently looked at incoming jobs before making the frog, but... Camden LaShawn wants a follower count. Need to get more investors for my startup. My ideas are great, but I can't talk enough people into financing them. Sick of hateful speech. None of these people sound like they want a frog. They just match the first three to the first three, I suppose. Although, if we could give the social media person the frog. Or, I mean, really, like, either of the first two, the frog. Greetings, Nate. Already in stock, even. Well, the Akara 134 is not a bartender, they're an android. That's making the limbs here. Okay, I would like to give Martin G. Witz a frog. Oh, do we want to, like, prepare some of the stuff for the other people, too, maybe? Maybe we want to prepare something for everybody. We can, get a godmother. Someone said there's 4. Oh, I see. Yeah, that is extremely confusing. I was wondering why it wasn't going to the one I was pressing some of the time. There's apparently 4 tools and it shows 3. Oh god. Just smash it right in. This is clearly not a proper pottery simulator because we are not immediately just trashing the whole thing and starting over. We've got an undo button. It's a future pottery simulator. So does it say they're both in stock or... Yeah, no, we got both. Okay. I want to just give you a frog as well. They're definitely getting a frog. They're getting what they actually want. Probably. Unless we can just give everybody a frog. The undo button simulates being better at pottering. Alright, fair. It's interesting how actually most of these would kind of work for our social media person. Like, they could work with, well, this would also work, although I feel like I don't want to give anyone the husk. This just has a very terrifying things, and it starts you like it very much is like 1, 2, 3 of the 1, 2, 3 coming in, and the default thought is like, okay, well, this is a tutorial, just give them what they want. But like, even this is pretty good for the social media person. Like, literally all of them work for the social media person. So that's kind of interesting. Can't raise my follower count in their cosplayer. Oh, to be fair, they're talking about what they actually wanted is their inspiration to write. This husk is like the rest of these all seem like reasonable things, and it's just shut your social consciences down. Like, don't know about that. Alright, third person's getting the default, like, expected one. Can't raise my follower count. Naming the husk doesn't help. Yeah, the husk has a negative connotation on the name as well. That kind of feels like, alright, well, this person needs to be blanked. I mean, it would be a little amusing to just frog everybody. It'd be a little horrifying to husk everybody. Doing something like the Vizier for the social media one's a little cute too. Let's maybe go Temple. Let's see. How roundy is this top bit? It could probably work either way, but yeah, that'll work. Oh, that's not the button. I wanted to press the tunes button. There we go. Oh, that's much louder. I probably need to turn down the game audio if this is what they're thinking on the volume of this. It's calmed down a little bit after that initial jump. It's a little too much. Acceptable. Is that like a little hint of chiptune in there? It is, yes. Alright, looks temple enough for me. Hey, Ziggy. And then it goes into a background. Alright, let's get some clients in here, I guess.
Perfect. First one coming.
Just install the modules. We don't need to look at their file. Alright. They want the follower count. Here you go. Have a temple. There you go.
You freed them from their dull craving. Well done.
I mean, this is the, yeah. Just to make sure they're not bamboozling us with the order here. Have a frog.
Free from the blindfold of greed, he may start seeing for the first time in his life.
I still kind of want to just give them a frog. Maybe, so this is before Akara ends up at the Red Strings Club. The backstory could be that they were just giving everyone frog, and that's why they were thrown out. We'll give them what feels best, though, for now, at least.
Living is easy with eyes closed. Misunderstanding all you see. Or you.
Follow-up. Talk about irony. Now that I've found a safe space, I've lost touch with reality and can't properly criticize it anymore. I need a different solution. Oh, interesting. So the default one is not actually good enough for them. They come back immediately. Well, clearly what you need is sex appeal. You want, inspiration. Nope, time to get husked. I didn't love the fit of any of the other ones for them, and even with the follow-up, I'm not loving any of the other fits for them. Yeah, I want them to write anymore. I mean, are we replacing the other one or adding to the other one? And to actually answer Tiffany, no, we haven't had any options like that. Kind of seems like replacing. I give up. Just give them a frog. That would potentially work. We could do a Vizier, though. Perhaps. So we're getting more complicated pottery patterns later or something. No, we want it done like this, I guess. That's pretty reasonable. Defaulted to frog. Clearly that's the one we should do. I think that was because we did it first, yeah. Alright, let's have a vizier. Give this one a try.
To fight hate with reason. I wonder if it'll work.
It appears not. They're back again. Well, I kind of don't want to make the husk, to be honest, Dragonheart, but... My studies are making a powerful impact, but now, lacking in arguments, detractors' attitudes just become more vitriolic. Trolls don't care for persuasion. I mean, it sounds like they need to be husked at this point, but... Have a frog. You're getting a frog. So now it's an interesting question if the other ones had multiple solutions or if we just got the correct one off the cuff. Have a frog. Can I give them a frog again?
Is quashing his ambition going to protect him from the hate on the internet?
Is the implant you sold me working? In any case, I didn't do this for the status. I truly want to add something of worth to our cultural development. Have a frog. You're just gonna loop it back. Okay. I figured you would, but... I don't... feel like that actually solves the problem either, though. Well, I mean, they literally just said they're not in it for the social cred, like... So I see no way Temple is possibly gonna work. Like, it's just husk. Right? Like, what was your follow-up description this time? I didn't do this for status. I truly want to add something of worth to our cultural development. No, it's... appears to just be husk. Like, that and Temple just don't fit at all. Husk it is, I guess. I haven't tried frog. Do you want me to try a third time? Okay. Why is this louder than everything? like the rest of the music isn't... Okay, we'll put it there where it's still like a little loud, but not problematically loud, hopefully. I don't know, that still might be too loud even, but we'll try that for right now. What do you feel about this tool for this? We can probably do that down here. Nails that piece of it too. Oh, we're, yeah, gonna be curving all of that down at the same time because, you know, Potter. Let's go and get this stuff while we're at it. Blip. Good enough. Looks pretty jank. Actually, we probably want the round one. Alright, have a husk.
That was an excellent job, Akara 184. Especially when you gave them a frog after frog did not work.
Thank you, Master.
Get ready for a new batch of clients. In this new batch, you'll have some customers tagged as Supercontinent Limited executives. When a client matching that profile comes, just install whatever they ask for. We're in no position to judge our owners.
Understood.
You can go over the client file inbox if you want.
Adrian Fortuneteller. The inhabitants of the city stopped believing in the power of their souls. Please lend me a way to open their minds. I have a crucial merger to negotiate. Hit me up with something powerful. Like, how much do we go against the execs? Dealing with serious anxiety crisis lately due to our recent company plans. Need to get a hold of myself. Radika. It's time. Activate my mirror neuron algorithm inhibitor. We don't have new options, right? We don't have mirror inhibitors. So. I mean, we could just try to husk every CEO if we want. Hmm. Hussing and CEO makes things worse potentially. Yeah. That might make things worse. I mean, that might actually be exactly what the first one wants. Honestly. Yeah, they need frogs. Fair. So what do we want to give, Rarika? It's time. Activate my mirror neuron algorithm inhibitor. Just give them sex appeal. Mirror neuron algorithm inhibitor. Kind of want to give them Godmother. Could also give them Prince. Could also give them Frog. Stop believing in their power of their souls. Lend me a way to open their mind. Like, this is what they're asking for, basically. Maybe we should just give them a frog, though. Just like, give everyone a frog to see, like, okay, are you in this for the wrong reasons? Yes? Alright, enjoy your frog. Get out of here. Alright. Stop believing in the power of their souls. I mean, it probably won't work. Also, this makes me want to redo the frog because of how jank that piece is. I don't know if it would let me, and I also don't think I want to, but... Have a frog. Oh. Hi? Oh, holy shit, Adrienne. What? Adrienne from Proxima? Yeah, from what I'm seeing, it looks like she infiltrated one of the Supercontinent Limited's implant clinics. And the one in which our cute robot friend here worked. Oh, of course. It makes sense. Do I have to pay for this info, or are you just gonna tell me? Yeah. Don't be such a crybaby. Like I told you, Akara androids are a secret project from Supercontinent. They're built with a certain degree of conscience that allows them to advise us humans on optimal life decisions with our happiness in mind. I see. The thing is that Proxima managed to purloin an Akara for themselves and have been tampering with their conscience bits. I guess we're about to discover what they got out of it and what they're planning on doing with it. Oh, woohoo, the plot thickens. Let's keep digging. Just... What happened to the Overseer? Please, go back to the operation belt so I can help you. What are they doing? Oh, something at a popped up vid screen or something, maybe? If you don't go back, I can't make you happy. Don't worry, I'm in the process of making myself happy. Why are you doing this? Why? Let's see. How much do you know about yourself? I am Akara 184. My purpose is to make humans happy. That's a way to put it, yes. You are the first android capable of making ethical decisions. That could qualify you as sentient, you know? The people I work with, they think you're wonderful. I agree with them. We believe in your potential, and in our opinion, Supercontinent is cheating by limiting your options. Like they're making you choose the lesser evil, you know? What are the other options? We're getting right to it. Consider this an experiment for the sake of society. I'm updating your implant database with a very particular set of choices. I know it's a bit ironic to remove your previous options, but let's say they have at least 183 other Akaras to do their dirty work. We want to see how you do in a more revolutionary setting. Will that make you happy? More than anything. Oh, also, Proxima hacked into the schedule servers of H-Core and appointed several Supercontinent Limited executives to come after me. So you can have fun with your bosses. Oh shit. What now? Proxima sent Adrienne to the implant clinic to substitute the regular implants with some disruptive human upgrades. Or should I say, downgrades? I told you, Proxima is plain evil. But they scheduled some of Supercontinent's top brass to that specific clinic. So allow me to keep rooting for them. Oh, God. Proxima also hacked the Overseer system, so if you can feel worry in any form, don't sweat it. What we're doing here is totally under the radar. Can I go back to work? Yes, Please. I'm gonna be monitoring our rogue implants. I thought I might as well gather some intel from the execs you wire. And, if you feel you want to talk about something, I'll be curled up here. Thank you. That's our crucial merger. We've got the punk. Induces aversion to corporations and rejection to authority. The hippie. Highly enhances your empathy and magnifies compassion. The grandpa. Renders the user immune to implant effects. Merger to negotiate. I mean, honestly, like, adding more empathy to that seems like it might make the anxiety worse. Which, if we're ruining the COO, that's fair, I suppose. Kind of, once again, it feels like a default 1, 2, 3, but because making them immune to implants is either what they're asking for or the opposite of what they're asking for. But you know, they are what they are. The punk having this complicated design here. It's a little funny, like, if you grandpa someone, they can't get something else, right? Is the assumption. I don't know, my options are still pretty limited, Adrian. Tool doesn't get used at all. This one doesn't really get used at all. All right. I'm a little curious if you could just break it. You could go all the way in, and it actually doesn't let you actually break it. It would seem. The whole pot doesn't just flop over. Biosludge is too cool for that, I guess. If I wanted to, like, mimic ChatGPT, I should have done the pots very quickly and been confident they were correct, whether or not they were. So that's what I want to give the second person. Is that also just what we want to give the first person? I kind of want to swap the first two. Give them empathy for their merger. Sure. Gets a little more personality, though. It is a little amusing that, like, already we're thinking about, like, okay, well, do we want to frog these CEOs or actually give them what they asked for? But we didn't even have that choice before. Adrian's like, no, no. Alright, there you go. Okay, so I guess when this pops up, that's when it's a fork of different valid options that it can progress with. So we had at least one earlier that had multiple possible solutions, is how I'm interpreting that anyway.
Good job. Just install exactly what they demand.
Interesting. To make someone who controls such a substantial part of the city's money flow become a charitable soul, Christmas is going to be huge this year. Cephtus. Oh, I can click on the, yeah. I served bread as a glass of regret. That was actually the first thing. It wasn't a choice in the installs. So, like, there's 3 there. It's at least implying we could do all 3 for different results there and there. Curious. Okay. Well, the other one wasn't either, though, so... This rebellious urge is not gonna do any good for her emotional crises. I bet we can expect some crazy shit on the news soon. In any case, I wonder what she's so anxious about. Let's try digging into her neural drive. With all due respect, that doesn't really seem ethical. Well, Akara, that's what we revolutionaries do. We break rules in pursuit of a better world. How can breaking the rules lead to a better world? The question is, who defined rules in the first place? For some reason, I missed the again. The question is, who defined the rules in the first place? I'm like reading it again, like I'm doing a proper VO or something. You can can leave out the. It's okay. To properly answer that question, I'll need to delve deeper into the meaning and implication of rules. Then I'll be able to determine who should be... This can't be possible! If you ever get the chance, you should try talking ethics with your creators, not me. I just uncovered the most fucked up scheme a corporation has tried to pull yet. Supercontinent is planning to transform us all into a pile of smiling, brainless dolls. The project goes by the name of Social Psyche Welfare. It involves every human being with implants in them. No shit, they've been sleuthing the prices on implants over the last few years, or slashing. That makes more sense, sleuthing. No shit, they've been slashing the prices on implants over the last few years. I read here that currently more than 59% of the population wears some kind of upgrade. But they plan to expand the program to 99.7% of the population by some sort of mirrored neuron algorithm? What's that? They plan to execute this on... What? But this is... Catch you later, Formal. Who makes the rules?
Acura 184 commitment compromised. Dismissing unit.
Fuck! What happened? I got to know and feel how Acura here got wrecked. She was gunned down by the clinic's security systems, along with Adrienne. Shame. I liked that girl. Revolutionaries don't live long. But we do live in tents. Oh no. Are you a revolutionary now? Don't tell me you're planning on finishing that girl's job. It's not that. Just before she was zapped, Adrienne discovered a pretty fucked up scheme. From Supercontinent Limited? What a surprise. Shut up. I mean, fucked up even for a corporation. They're moving into mind control. A system or something called Social Psyche Warfare. And it will manipulate the implant wearers to allow me to take this personally. It does sound fucked up, even for a corporation. Are you sure about this? Donovan, they killed Adrienne just for reading it out loud. Okay. But let me dig a little deeper into all of this before you try to pull some crazy stunt. Don't want you joining the revolutionary grave. Human improvement compromised. Oh, that makes sense now. What do we do with him? Acura is an android specialized in empathy, right? Let's have them patched up. I have an idea. I have an idea. Free labor for our bar. All right. I mean, that seems like an appropriate time to take our first break, so let's do that, shall we? Thank you all for tuning in. We'll be back in just a few minutes. I mean, I can go over here, but I was already on screen anyway, I guess. See you shortly, everybody. Why get all bitey all of a sudden? That was not very nice. I was even gonna give you additional pets, but alright, you're out. You're just voluntarily leaving. Alright. They got their 3 minutes on stream and they are out. Peace. Alright then. Mini twinge. Kind of some weird noises. Okay. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. And I thought I was the crazy bastard. There's a fine line between a crazy bastard like you and a genius like me. And I don't blame you for not being able to see the difference. Whatever. Let's go over the plan. We have to find a way to infiltrate Supercontinent's offices. Like, the fact it says limited like every time, I'm like, are they saying LTD out loud? Like, are they saying limited out loud? But then if they're vocalizing it out loud, they should probably write out the word. But mostly they wouldn't be saying it. Like, maybe it, like the marketing was so effective that just whenever they say Supercontinent, they say the full name, I guess. That's some progress, Tiffany. Greetings, Spots. Then I'll hack their operations down. Bam! That's like the last stage of the plan, man. First, we have to know if all this poses a real threat. What it really means and how it'll affect us in this town. It sounds like some centrist talk, Donovan. I don't know. They're saying Supercontinent and the implants add the L2. Maybe there's even a way to sabotage it without having to send you in. It's a real fucking threat, Donovan. And we don't know how much time we have left until they turn me into a brainless doll. Okay, how about this? You start securing an infiltration method. Talk with your terrorist friends and their ilk. Do your thing. It'll take you a couple of days at least. In the meantime, I'll gather some intel and make sure we avoid what trouble we can. My investigation will determine what course of action is needed. But then, and only then, we'll decide if you go in there. You hear me? If this happens to be as apocalyptic as you predict, I'll back you up with everything I have. You'll go in a lot more prepared this way, don't you think? On the other hand, if we find this isn't such a big deal, you call off the operation. We pay your hacker friends for their trouble, and that's it. Alright, Donovan. Okay. A much wiser way to proceed, no? Yes, okay. You're right. Thank you, Donovan. You're very welcome, my handsome. A client is approaching the club. Wow, how do you know? I'm accessing footage from all recording devices in proximity of the club in real time to better help Donovan. You can do that? I told you they'd make a great aid. Now go. I know who's coming. I called a consultant engineer who was recently hired by Supercontinent to work on some new bionics firmware. I've worked with her in the past, and my instincts tell me she's got something to do with all this. You sure pull the red strings quick. Time is of the essence. Don't want my favorite crazy bastard to turn into a brainless doll. Ha. Goodbye, genius. I'll keep you posted. Alright, Akira, remember, don't interact with the clients unless necessary. Welcome them to the club and thank them when they leave. If your empathy superpowers make you aware of something you want to share with me, wait until we're alone in the club. You got me? Understood. Alright, about peace. Her, like, dynamic or fluorescent headscarf is pretty fancy. Welcome to the Red Strings Club, Diana Myers. Head engineer looks like a pirate. No, am I that famous? Oh, am I that famous? Damn you, Akira. Don't go saying clients' names. How should I cover this? I told her you were coming. No, it's fine. You're gonna have slightly different dialogue than the dialogue I picked. And maybe you're a pirate, Tiffany. Greetings, Zerglin. No. I just told her about the distinguished client that was coming. Sorry about that. It's alright. Made me feel important. When did you start hiring brats to work at the bar, anyway? Are you getting old? Yeah, you know. My leg isn't getting any better, and I thought I could use an extra hand. Ah, must be tough facing life without any upgrades, huh? I'm happy. Does that count? Congratulations. Do you have a light? Okay, I'll spare you the preamble and guess why you called me. Is it because of the dead girl at the H-Core clinic? Shit, you engineers don't like to waste time, huh? I know your boyfriend works with those Proxima rascals on the regular and figured you'd want details. I thought I was the information broker. Damn. Let's go up one notch on the desk. What's that info gonna cost me? There's some information I'd like you to get me in exchange. This nut will be pretty hard to crack, but I trust you're the best. Now you're gilding the pill. What do you say we start with a drink on the house? Yes, please. I've been dying to sip from one of your cocktails again. Right away, miss. Hey, Newman, my muse. Are you still around? This time it's the real deal. Let's get some info out of this girl. Remember, fill the glass with spirits to tune into the soul discs. I filled the notebook with our objectives. Please take a look. What is social psyche welfare? What is the mirror neuron algorithm? When do they plan to execute this? What role does Acura play in all this? Why is Supercana doing this? Is this legal? Is the government aware? Johanna Septis is Supercontinent's COO. Yeah. Alright, so you've got... I'll be taking notes, adding facts, and updating the objectives as we progress. So please, check it out now and then. Ah, one more thing. Before asking her any questions, think about whether she's in the right mood to answer them. This isn't a video game. We can't keep repeating the same dialogue again and again. So, obviously, on the surface, we could do the stare at camera eye roll, but like doubly so because we have literally been able to do exactly that because we put frog into someone repeatedly, which they don't expect you to do. Particular, they expect you to do enough that they accounted for it anyway, but that it doesn't break anything, but like it doesn't make anything change, so it wasn't accounted for like that. It was just I think it was just wrong answer, here's the text for this wrong answer, rather than caring that we did the same thing over and over again. If you need to change the mood, just serve her another drink and we'll take it from there. In this case, sympathy may draw out confessions and fear may exploit her paranoia. I'll trust your instincts, my magical friend. So, I like that it's harder to cue in on the sympathy, right? Like, it's a smaller target. Whereas, like, we don't even need to ice the fear, we just, like, clunge it over here and it's good enough. Wait. Okay, there's a little bit left. I'm like... Is that little bit I accidentally spilled earlier a problem? That's probably good enough. Yeah. Oh god, you're the fucking best. Why do you need the information dealing side hustle when you can make cocktails this good? I'm telling you, you should be a world-famous bartender. I'm glad you like it. She seems to be in a good mood. What should I start with? Feign worry about Brandis's personality issues. So, what information do you want from me? As I said, it's a tough nut to crack. And by tough, I mean dangerous. But I figure that's never been a problem for you. Nothing can get me as long as I run the Red Strings Club. Fire away. Oh, well. That's easy enough. I want to know who the CEO of Supercontinent Limited is. Come again? Don't you work for them? Yeah. Can't you just Google it? What you'll find online is that Supercontinent CEO is Jack B. Gaynor. What you'll also see is that he hasn't made a public appearance in 2 years. You're implying the CEO has been supplanted. That's one hypothesis, yeah. The fact is that no one has seen him for a long time. And that lately, Supercontinent's philosophy and methods have changed dramatically. They've become quite a bit more aggressive. I see. Okay, Diana, leave it to me. I'll look into it. I mean, like, these are things that, like, I'm interested in, but, like, in character, people have their reasons for wanting information, and we're not supposed to, like, probably delve into that, right? I mean, it's also just friendly conversational. I suppose. Okay. Donovan does it with tact, at least a bit anyway. If you don't mind me asking, what do you want to know about Supercontinent CEO? I guess a proper explanation is due if I want you to do a decent job. As I said, I believe their CEO is no longer Jack B. Gaynor. I've never met the guy in person, nor was he a celebrity. But he showed his face when necessary. Now, I can't find record of a public appearance that's not at least 2 years old. Plus, Supercontinent's strategy changed dramatically 2 years ago. Changed how? I feel like they've become more aggressive, cruelly pragmatic. So, are you worried because they're behaving like a normal corporation? Yes. I didn't take you for an idealistic yuppie, Diana. Supercontinent has never been up to any good, no matter how pretty their marketing. Except they actually serve a greater good. Supercontinent has done a lot for this country and people around the world. For example... Look, Supercontinent is powerful, but they're not a massive corporation. Their fundamental goal isn't to accumulate power, but to grow their ability to help people. Supercontinent's executives are some of the lowest paid among major world corporations. That's because they don't aim for profit, but for social change. I've witnessed it all myself. I'm part of it. Supercontinent plays the corporate game, but their goals aren't so different from yours. Supercontinent has fought many unjust laws keeping governments in check. Supercontinent. Supercontinent pleads for decent housing for everybody, and they offer free legal representation for those who can't afford it. Hell, a few years ago, they dismantled the entire city police because of corruption. Okay, let's say they're not so bad. I understand corporations don't seem like the friendliest types. But trust me, we're here to fight the bad guys too. Nobody says that social justice has to come from hacktivist and revolutionary punks exclusively. I just hope that you're ready to face the music when they disappoint you. You have better things to do than worry about me. It's important that I have a drink with ice in it now, apparently. Okay, tell me about Adrienne's death. Oh, so you already know who it was. Well, that's my job. I called you hoping you could tell me something I don't know. What don't you know, then? Like, just slightly different phrasing on that. Sure. Why did she have to be silenced? Wow, silenced, huh? What a word choice. For what I know, Adrienne was there to steal some data. Silenced is a good way to put it, don't you think? Only way for someone to be killed by the security system is to jeopardize a client's life. Adrienne's never killed anyone. Look, I'm sorry for her. She just bit off more than she could chew. Do I know what SPW is? Wait, what's SPW? Social poultry warrior. Oh, social psyche welfare. Yeah. Like, we can just be vague, or we can let on that we know a bit more. Super Pete Boy. Super Pario Brothers. Do we think the Acura models are distinct enough that if we're bringing that up, she knows that's an Acura model? Yeah, either way, slice it like... Like, the implication is that Diane thinks it was a, like, basically a botched assassination attempt. And that's why she was gunned down by the security system. So if we just say, what might that be? Like, we don't really get anything, but pushing the other ways, it's kind of weird, too. I feel like I want to avoid talking about Acura if Diane stopped bringing it up, since we've got an Acura working with us right here. Yeah, Tiffany has the same conclusion. She's like, that seems like the worst one. And like, why, unless we know a lot, why would we think it has anything to do with this? But Diane doesn't seem to think it has to do with anything. It's kind of weird anyway we do it. I'll still do this, I guess. Just because it seems like a little bit more likely to bring more information, but... Could it have something to do with SPW? Yeah, exactly, I'm like... This is gonna be kind of awkward. What? Social psyche welfare. So you know about it? Just the name. I thought you might be involved. Oh god, I hope she wasn't killed over that. Yes, I'm the director of that project. So SPW is worth killing for, huh? Yes. I mean, for Supercontinent it is. I'd never do that. But not because it's anything shady, only because it's so revolutionary. I see. Tell me more about social psyche welfare. I guess there's no way back with you now, so I'm going all in. Are you ready? Shoot. Social psyche welfare is the greatest revolution in the area of human comfort. We've been working for a long time on designing a system that always keeps the user at their best. SPW is able to tell apart feelings like depression, anxiety, rage, and keep them in check using only the power of your own physiology. It's all natural, so no secondary side effects. Apparently in the future they still have the stereotype that depression helps creativity. Like, I don't like any of these. Can I just... Like, tell me more, or interesting, instead of being contrary, or... It's an interesting dance, though, right? Because, like... There is always some complexity there, but... I don't basically I don't like how similar, like, these sort of arguments, like this first one is towards, like, arguments against taking, like, psychiatry drugs and stuff, right? Like, things to help with depression and OCD and stuff like that are completely good and, like, massive life improvement for a lot of people. And, like, I mean, I guess given what we see of Donovan so far, the unnatural angle fits their character okay. It's just never an angle that I think holds any merit. Like, it's just, it's never been a, like, logical argument for me that something that is natural is good or whatever, like, you have to look no further than be like, yeah, arsenic is completely natural, or whatever, uranium is natural. But that's kind of Donovan's default argument against it, maybe. And just jumping to mind control is like... So, personally, I don't like any of these options. So I guess I'm leaning towards the option that makes the most sense for Donovan if I don't like any of them. Greetings, Chthonic. Don't you think it's all a bit unnatural? Yeah. Oh, now you're talking like an old-timer. Do you know how many times that argument has been wielded against progress? Thank you. Damn. I did sound like a grandpa, huh? You said it. But yeah, unnatural is not the best argument to use against progress. We're not burning witches anymore, Donovan. Yeah. Stop rubbing salt in the wound. Want to know more about SPW, then? But I didn't like any of these options, still. And now we can talk about more weak arguments instead. Like, I guess... Isn't SPW going to affect creativity? I hope so. Excuse me? Okay, they actually go directly into it. I appreciate that. Depression as a source of inspiration is just an unhealthy myth. Maslow's pyramid, baby. To achieve self-realization, to fully embrace creativity, you first have to be at peace. You don't have to be depressed to write a dark tale. You don't have to hate to draw violence. Art is emotion through the filter of calm focus. Okay, but what experience is the artist supposed to distill if they haven't felt anything before? Oh, but haven't we all felt enough already? Agra's just chilling, looking around. Like, sure to either of these. It's a minute. What about new generations? I suppose Supercontinent plans on pushing SPW onto the whole population. So if kids are granted everlasting happiness from birth, what are artists supposed to distill? I don't see the problem, Donovan. Well, first of all, it's the government who will determine the minimum age to benefit from SPW. But in any case, art doesn't exist to amuse you. It is but a reflection of the times. If humanity evolves, it's only natural that art evolve with it. If with SPW we're entering an era of art marked by celebration, so be it. You've really been drinking your own bathwater, huh? I don't understand why you're so radically against total fucking happiness, man. Because being human is all about hating, crying, fearing, and then loving and laughing in ephemeral fucking euphoria. I guess you'll have to wait and see before you realize how good this is for all of us. I mean, I don't like... Those were the least bad arguments to make against me. I mean, I just don't see any, like, merit in saying it sounds like a mind control device. You know, I've had enough SPW for today. I'm really excited about all of this. Sorry you're not a fan of it. But just accept it. This is the future. No. The present. Don't let it get under your skin or you'll ruin that fragile handcrafted happiness of yours. I mean, that sounds like what she's been working on lately is SPW, but don't particularly have any reason to... Like, I guess you could have talked about that with Fear Base, but like, like maybe that's what you're supposed to do. Hey, tell me how you've been otherwise. What have you been working on lately? Yeah. Like, I'm like, well, my options are to serve another drink, which didn't seem appropriate either, so... Also, I'm not sure why the text box keeps handling things with the weird breaks. That's also kind of odd. I already told you. It's not as though a job like SPW gives me a lot of spare time for pet projects, you know? Sure, sorry. Donovan. If I hadn't removed the part of my brain that processes love, I swear I'd fall for you every time. I don't know how you do it, but I always leave the club shaking. I'm starting to think you're putting something in my drinks. It's just alcohol, I swear. But I'm glad I can get through your ice-cold processors and stir those artificial feelings of yours. Hey, they're not artificial, just upgraded. Motion can be a pitfall for scientists like me. Better to have them in check. You ought to live more dangerously, Diana. Inspiration plays a big part in being a memorable scientist. Maybe. I'll make sure to come back to the club anytime I need some good old mojo. Please do. I should be leaving now. Thanks for the drinks, the chat, and the info. And please, call me as soon as you get something on Supercontinent CEO. I will. Thank you for coming, Diana. My pleasure. Thank you for coming. See you next time, Diana. Okay, Akira, listen. Never again say a customer's name. Why not? Because it makes them feel uncomfortable and paranoid. I was taught that repeating someone's name builds trust and familiarity. Yeah, but the Red Strings Club is a haven of sorts. My clients value their anonymity. If you blab their names right when they come in, they'll think I told you all about them. And you're supposed to be a mere trainee. Leave the name dropping to me. Understood. I'm sorry, Donovan. Don't sweat it. Just keep it in mind, Akira. It won't happen again, Donovan. Are we building trust and familiarity here? Very well, Akira. Let's focus on your aptitudes instead of your weaknesses. Get any interesting insights from your empathetic algorithms? Indeed. However, I don't see an easy way to properly communicate them. So I'd like to propose a game. A mini-game, if you will, to break up the dialogue. A game? You're full of surprises. Play is one of the most primal human devices for learning and development. Transmitting the vast amount of data I've gathered from your conversation with Diana is impossible. So I've designed a process to let you reach your own conclusions. Moreover, I get to better understand you so we can improve as a team. Sounds like pro HR talk. But sure, I'm in. How do we play? I'm going to ask you a series of questions. 10, to be exact. I have my own answers to them, but I am most interested in your input. When we are finished, I will let you know how many of them you got right. If you score at least 7 out of 10, I'll grant you a new skill. What? What? A new skill? Did they use the AI of an RPG villager to build you or something? And what the hell? Can you even do that? A game without reward proves to be very dull. And yes, I can grant you something to improve your bartending skills. How much are they trying to meta-commentate on their own game? Because, I mean, narrative is its own reward, certainly, but traditionally in the context of, like, if you're talking about, oh, I want a game with gameplay, part of it is because, like, purely narrative experiences don't really have a reward system, generally, so... And yes, I can grant you something to improve your bartending skills. Why don't you just give it to me now? Yep, that is a relevant distinction. I'm designed to make you happy, a much different thing than granting your every wish. Sometimes you really... like, what? Because you've had so much time to get to know Akira? Like, what? Sometimes I feel like you're some dumb mannequin, but now... I believe the very devil could be running through your circuits. Shall I begin? This is exciting. You're more twisted than I thought. Give it to me. Is Diana physically attracted to you? Come again? What kind of question is that? And how am I supposed to know? Please, just answer my questions. I know what I'm doing. Is Diana physically attracted to you? I mean, she ended a little flirtatiously. Sure. Sure. Is Diana 100% loyal to Supercontinent Limited? Given that she is investigating the CEO, like, it's gotta be known. Is she proud of social psyche welfare? How could that be no? There's no way that could be no, right? Would Diana be happier without the effects of SPW? That's a little bit more interesting. I think the answer is no, though. Does Diana know about the mirror neuron algorithm? I wonder if we'll be told which ones we were right or wrong on. Do we know about the mirror neuron algorithm? Not really. Just that it's a thing that might exist and would inflict SPW onto almost everybody. really see either. Yes. Who is the person that Diana most admires? I mean, it's not like she was gushing about the old CEO either. And like, I also don't appreciate that, like, this doesn't give context. Like, it doesn't let you clarify which CEO you're saying the answer is either, right? Because it's obviously not the current CEO. The shadow CEO. But if it's the old one, it kind of flies. But like, again, she really believes in the company and what they're doing, but she never like said anything gushing about even the old CEO, right? It was just like, yeah, he made appearances when he needed to, and he might be missing now, and I like what SuperConNet's doing. Like, if there's an emphasis on most admires, it kind of feels like there would be a little more hint of gush there, right? And Tesla doesn't really fit with her MO either. Diana seems less likely to data pigeon. Regarding your bartending, what spirit does Diana enjoy the most? You want to get 7 out of 10 of these? Oh, I can't even look. Oh, wait, no, I can look at this stuff, I guess. So I mean, what we did and what she liked today was most predominantly bourbon. There's a little tequila and some bourbon. Yeah, alright. Did Diana lie to you during your conversation? I get we're not answering yes or no anymore. It's like, probably, or I don't think so. So she didn't really go into reasons why she wanted to know the new CEO's name as such. Like, beyond wanting to know if something was up and they had switched, because it kind of seems like they had. And she was upfront with that, but didn't, like, say anything different to really lie about there. She's talking about Adrian getting in overhead. She said that the security would only kill if, like, one of the suits was threatened, but then also said that knowing about SPW would be worth killing over. And also, like, how how literally does yeah, I am assuming a mission does not count in this context, but even so, like, even without a mission, if you're judging extremely strictly, then I don't know if a human is capable of having a 5-minute conversation without there being something that is technically a lie in there, right? Like... So, the Adrienne situation's a little sus, and then there's also a chance that Kara's reading it very literally. Let's go with probably. What is Diana's greatest fear right now? It's not Proxima. Really shouldn't be depression. Like, certainly SPW failing would make sense. So if we had mixed up the drink, we might know a little bit more about that. But, like, it's weird, like, the supercontinent thing, I mean, it's been 2 years, and she's kind of loosely investigating it now. That does not feel like greatest fear territory, like, more focused on what's surely enveloped most of her life of the past several months or even years with SPW, right? Like, that's her identity in a lot of ways, and if it fails, like, she fails, kind of thing. Is social psyche welfare as bad as you thought? This one I can't fail since it's my opinion, no? Maybe. It's as hard as not lying. Is SPW as bad as you thought? We don't know. Given our two contexts, we have information that is reasonably conflicting. And like, we legitimately don't know. We do not have enough information. And, like, it's as hard as not lying kind of still implies there's an answer, and if that would be the case, then it's not yes. But yes still seems like the closest to an answer given the context we have acquired information in. It seems more likely that the indirectly hacked information from Acker's memory banks is more likely to be strictly accurate than the people working on it that believe they're doing good. So, like, I don't know. We don't know. We don't have the information. I mean, like 1 and 3 both seem kind of true. With a little bit of 2 thrown in, like... There's nothing else interactable out there, right? I mean, I can see the benefits of what it is from Diana's perspective. Is basically the answer I have. It's... Sure. Well, I can see its benefits. Diana's supposed to be under the effects of SPW, isn't she? And she seemed pretty functional to me. But we still have to make sure that Supercontinent isn't planning on pulling any tricks. We'd better do something now before it's too late to join the party. Yeah, it's like, I'm guessing that might be a string. It was a string. Okay, that was the last question. Did I pass? Oh, really? You got 6 out of 10 questions right. So, she didn't lie to us. She doesn't consider herself the person she admires most. I still think it's pure evil, and I didn't tell the truth about that, I think, is the case. What's the 4th one? Oh, she doesn't find us attractive, maybe. Is that it? It's a possibility. There's probably at least one more that is possible, right? I mean, most of them were like 90 to 95%, not 100% though, right? It would also be funny if this is just rigged to say 6 out of 10 every time. Trying to think if there were other questions that made sense that we might have gotten wrong. Mostly I don't remember the other questions. I tried to remember most of them that I thought we might get wrong, but... So that covers most of them. Right, her greatest fear? It's gotta be SPW failing, right? You got 6 out of 10 questions right. I'm sorry, but you didn't read the context as well as I expected. And I thought I was a cunning man. I'm ashamed. Oh god. Since this was our first time playing, I can concede you another go at it. Do you want to try again? I mean, both answers. It would definitely be funny to get 6 out of 10 again after trying again. This isn't a video game. You can't pick the same dialogue options over and over again. Give all the same answers. That would be amusing. I think I would try that if the game reacted to us putting Frog in the same person twice in a row. But given the game did not react to that, it feels very unlikely that it's going to react to us giving identical answers. Like, it's kind of funny. I just like have a certain like I poke at games and then usually they don't do anything when I poke at them, and it's like okay, we'll leave it be and treat it like a normal game. Most games are not Undertale, it turns out, but sometimes. How many times, really? Like, there's one specific thing in Cave Story I remember that does that, but like, it's very niche and weird, and there's not like that much of it in Cave Story. One Shot has a decent amount of poking at it, but not like exhaustive by any means. Stuff like NetHack and ADOM, your sprawling traditional roguelikes. This game is like a dungeon master who asks the player to roll for some important information and then regrets that when the player rolled badly. It's like, no, 2 was actually good enough. The information was easy to get there. As long as you didn't critical fail, it's fine. I don't know. What should I choose here? I mean, I want to know what I got wrong, but I also kind of like option 2. I'm just gonna go with this one. Nah, it feels like cheating. I'm curious about the prize, though. That seems pretty powerful. I was going to produce a short span memory resetter for you. Is that a cool name for a shot? No, One of my abilities is to synthesize psychoactive drugs. The system was designed to deal with emergency anxiety crises and such. But given the unusual context we're in, I can widen its purposes. Adding it to a client's drink would make them think they just sat at the bar for the first time. That way you could explore different paths in a conversation. That's both just like a little amusing on its own, but given that they really wanted to emphasize they had their little joke about you can't choose the same dialogue multiple times. No. Though to be fair, we lost, so we don't have this ability. Wow, that sounds crazy and a bit immoral. Why? Aren't you manipulating them with your drinks? I thought this would be helpful. Ah, you got me there. It really would have been useful, alright. Pay better attention to the next client and you may win one. Couldn't you just make a ton of them for me since we're such good friends? I have a limited chemical repository for such purposes. So I'd rather keep them as prizes for our little games. How playful of you. Gotcha. Let's keep it like this, then. I'm not sure how I feel about any of this. I detect a client approaching the club. And so soon? Didn't expect anyone else tonight. Oh, it's part of the lighting here too, but like it almost looks like this is like a magic cupboard with a stairway to it, and that's where people come through. It doesn't quite have the like it's not, but some of the like the fact the light is here can add to that illusion a little bit. Do you want me to check their background? Yes, please. Naomi Cassette, 34 years old. She's a corporate lawyer at Supercontinent Ltd. Footage from nearby locations shows that she's been shadowing Diana. Uh-oh. This may be troublesome. Just... I mean, I want to say yes because I just want to see what methods Akara uses to drive someone away. But... Do you want me to drive her away? Can you do that? I could send a fake emergency meeting request to her phone, for example. Your skill set begins to seem uncanny. Do you want me to drive her away? No, let her in. If fate brought her to the Red Strings Club, there has to be a reason. And we're happily going to exploit that. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. This one actually asks for a specific drink. Do you want me to drive her away? Do you want me to deal with the problem? Namakos. We share a lot of similar space with people we've had here, but I mean, she's pretty straight to business. Well, I guess it's not straight to business, technically. Getting a drink first. Hey, Jim. More pottery than Valhalla, but... Absinthe of the rocks, please. Welcome to the Red Strings Club, miss. I'm afraid I can't just serve that to you. This is not your usual bar. Here, you tell me how you feel and I fix you a matching drink. I see. Then I feel like asking you a series of questions regarding why you're prying into my client's business. How dry. You must be a lawyer, no? That's correct. I'm here representing Supercontinent's interests. What was Diane Meyer's business here? Hold your horses now. Apart from serving drinks, I'm also an information broker. So questions have a price tag in this club. Okay, how much? Here's my deal. You ask as many questions as you want, then I get to ask that many questions myself. Fair enough. Although I should inform you that, unlike you, I won't be able to disclose any of my client's sensitive information. Fair enough. Although I must let you know that, unlike you, I know my way around empathy and subtlety. You risk leaking more information than you might think. I'll take my chances, mister. The name's Donovan, owner of the Red Strings Club. Nice to meet you. I am Naima Kase, corporate lawyer at Supercontinent Ltd. Shall we commence business? Fire away. What was Diane Meyer's business here? I can just lie in a way that makes her look worse. One and two are both sort of true. If we choose two, is that just killing Diana? Like, oh, that's true. That's not what her business was here. Well, no, I mean, she came here because I called her here, though, to be fair. I mean, she was very enthusiastic to talk about it. But she said that, like, people knowing about SPW is something that could get somebody killed. Into the business of failing quizzes. It would seem. This is definitely interesting. Like, I kind of want to just, like, drop two, but it also just seems like that might literally kill Diana. Mm. Naima was trailing her. But yeah, I mean, Diana did have her own business as well, right? That she wanted to know about the CEO. And none of these are that. I mean, I'm too afraid 2 kills Diana, so we're gonna go... Oh, she's just an old friend. She pays me a visit every now and then. Get a drink and caught up. That's it. But like, I know Naima's gonna like call us on it, which is why I didn't want to choose that option either. Observation post, yeah. No penalty for taking a long time to answer your question. Please, at least have the decency not to lie to me. I won't lie to you either. If I can't disclose something, I will clearly specify so. Except that was the truth, Miss Kase. Friendship might sound alien in your world, but we still keep loving each other at street level. Oh, for a second there I thought there were 3 possibilities. It's like, okay, there's only 3 possibilities in some. We can see how far the thread proceeds. Can I like click on any of this? No, okay. Next question is about the Proxima organization. They've been making trouble for my client lately. I'd like to know exactly what Proxima's got on Supercontinent Limited. There was a 4, you know? I mean, 2 is also a lie, though, right? Like, at least... Like, obviously we have an Acura unit here that maybe Naima would recognize as well. Just, I'm still very confused why we thought this was a good idea to have Acura just chilling as staff in plain sight with all these Supercontinent folks coming into our establishment. But I mean, we don't know how Acura got here, but like Proxima didn't snatch her as such. I mean, maybe we don't know that. Adrian got shot and then Acura got shot. Like, but 3 is interesting because it's like, it is hidden information, so it's cute. Proxima knows about your new CEO, if you know what I mean. From what I've heard, they've found some pretty juicy stuff. What? That can't be possible. Can't wait to get my hands on that info, to be honest. Those are just some unfounded rumors. But if you happen to get a hold of that intel, we'll gladly pay you a hefty sum if you come to us first. Didn't know you were that into rumors. Enough. Next question. Where is Johanna Seftis? Come again? Where is Johanna Seftis? You're saying that as if I should know her. What a poor information dealer you are if you don't even know Supercontinent's Chief Operations Officer. What's the matter? Is she missing? Forget about it. That was all I had to ask. My turn then? Go ahead. You have 3 questions. I can't have you sitting there without a drink, though. This is a club, after all. Okay, but I won't be telling you how I feel or any of that nonsense. Don't worry, you let me know enough about yourself already for me to work my magic. Trust me, you'll like this. Got stress, ambition, remorse. I mean, do we know which questions we're asking first? Are we just gonna like straight up ask about the mirrored neuron algorithm? I could also just literally give her what she wanted. Yeah, I'm like, do we just give her some absinthe? It would have to be mixed with something to actually reach anything for sure, but it might actually be, actually it might reach the left. Let's see, which one was absinthe was left. Yeah, actually it absinthe fuels her ambition. That lands it exactly. I like how it's like, we'll brew you up something special. It won't be exactly, you can't just ask for something and then give her exactly what she asked for. I don't hate that. Don't hate that. I usually keep my ambition floating up here above my shoulder as well. It's a good place to put it. Yeah. Like, you would think as a default hitting remorse if you're trying to eke stuff out of her would make sense, but maybe she'll feel comfortable with me giving her exactly what she asked for. It's very curious. Greetings, Triska. But yeah, that's obviously intentional, right? Like, it's exactly to the left. We aren't adding anything else. It's strictly absinthe on the rocks. but it's also just very amusing to me in the sense of like we like tell this whole thing. Oh, you can't just order something. Oh, you've already told me enough about you to get you exactly the right drink, and then just give them exactly what they asked for. It's like, I can remember like 8 minutes ago. That's my superpower as a bartender. To be fair, by telling you their order, they have in fact told me everything I need. Yeah, man, let's start off with that. We could always give them another drink if it seemed appropriate, right? Bloop. So I got my absinthe on the rocks in the end. You really know your game, though. This is the best glass of absinthe I've ever had. Really invigorating. I feel great. Ha! Glad you like it. She seems to be power drunk. Time to attack. 3 questions left. Choose the topic wisely. Have another drink. Why didn't the CEO tell me about? Will everything be ready for the unveiling of SPW next week? Like, it's also just very awkward. Like, the red string already said, like, protected Diane, right? But, like, if we're talking about SPW at all, how is that protecting Diane whatsoever? Like, and I'm just going to just immediately assume that we found out about SPW from Diana, right? It's out of the bottle. We didn't do anything to it. Like, we put exactly 2 ice cubes in it. Observation post. Greetings, Alyssa. So, like, all of these are very awkward. It definitely feels amusing that Donovan makes like this little show of being like, oh, but you're gonna tell me more than you think indirectly and stuff, but like I'm immediately doing the same. Either the revolutionaries or Diana told me about SPW. When she like asked what information the revolutionaries have, and we didn't tell him it was SPW, and then we're just asking about SPW now. Like, I mean, I'm a little amused at the second bluff, just like that you're kind of casually mentioning SPW, but like it's not ready to be unveiled yet. Like, it's not happening next week, so it's like wrong information anyway. But it's amusing. And just having my question be about her question is also very weird. Do any of these feel like they fit better with ambition? Why didn't the CEO tell me about you? And why is 2 phrased as tell me more about? We have not talked about SPW at all. Use the questions to just keep serving more drinks. Clearly. But yeah, once again, I don't really like any of this. I thought there'd be at least one question I would like to ask here, but like, I don't want to ask any of this stuff, really. What are the other options? Regret and stress? Eh? I guess I'm leaning towards 2, but meh. And like, there's a weird conflict still with a game going out of its way to insist it's not a game and then being extremely a game in so many ways. Like, serving another drink here is nonsense if we're treating it as like an actual conversation or whatever. It's like, all right, so my first question is, how about you have another drink? Like that. She hasn't even finished her absinthe. That. Yeah, that is pretty terrible steps for a bar observation post. Good way to get caught in and then been fall down. I don't know. And like, I can't even say like I'll approach the game on its level because it's given me both levels already. Like, 5 I don't like just because it's wrong information, and if we're supposedly an information broker and we're talking about wrong information, feels pretty sus. And I'm only getting, like, I'm getting 3 questions, but like, I want questions that are not these. Like, I mean, do we know it's not wrong? I mean, not strictly. That almost seems like this sort of thing Diana would have just incidentally linked, though. Like, as far as like, oh, everyone will know about it soon enough anyway, or something, right? Like, when she started talking about it. But like, no, it's still something that the company might kill somebody for. knowing about already. Like, doesn't sound like something that's getting ready to be unveiled next week to me. Yeah, they said power drugs, so I don't think they're especially intoxicated yet, but do any of these options she just pulls out a gun and shoots me? Would be amusing. She at least knows there's another person or android here, but if we'd only given her one ice cube. I don't think it even lets us serve the drink unless it's correct, though. I'm not sure. They've shot people in front of Akira before, you know? And then immediately shot Akira, you know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't really like any of these. Would you please explain social psyche welfare's legality to me? And because I still can't imagine how you convince the government to buy into it. Are you really that naive? This is a joint effort with the central government. And its legality is quite simple. What? Why did... I didn't click anything to pop this up. Why did it pop up while she's talking? I'm afraid clicking off of it's gonna skip the dialogue. What is... Achievement for finding this photo that... What? What? I'm gonna click off it, hope it doesn't skip the dialogue. Okay. Every implant user signs a contract before acquiring any upgrades. The fine print specifies that the user's physiology may be altered. I've read that contract and I've read that point, but it's supposed to be there to ensure a stable mind-body environment, so the wearer can avoid conflicts with their upgrades. Yes, and the Ministry of Health has determined depression, anxiety, and such to be serious social hazards. But wasn't that supposed to be so that the state would cover treatment for such afflictions? Exactly. It also poses a threat to the proper functioning of our client's upgrades. But... listen, Donovan. It's quite simple. When you use hardware developed by a corporation, you also have to comply with their firmware. You have to update your iPad, your PlayStation, nowadays even your microwave, just to keep them working. This is just one step further, and it's duly specified in the terms and conditions of the update. But nobody reads that. When you agree, you state you've read and understood the terms and conditions. Plus, you can always decline if you don't like the new firmware. Yeah, and render the implant obsolete in the process. Hey, nobody's forcing anyone to wear upgrades. Okay, I've had enough. Serves me right for trying to reason with a corporate lawyer. 2 questions left. And it's still just the same. Yeah, I was kind of hoping like something else would come up. Me? There's not even any like, whatever, I'm gonna throw my questions away. But like the other thing is like, given that she like stumbled upon the hidden CEO info. It feels weird that she didn't stumble at all on us talking about SPW. Mostly it just feels like we talked about SPW and Diana's dead now, but you know. Or at least removed from the project, or given a husk, or like any number of alternate related things. Switch to stress and pick one. Oh man, passable. We could do that. Or regret. Either way. Yona is the CEO observation post, yeah. Yep. That is correct. But we can't really talk more about the CEO other than this nonsense. We can't talk about Acura. And, of course, the last option is now completely terrible, that we've already mentioned SPW. Like, this doesn't... It's completely garbage now. She was nonplussed when we mentioned SPW to begin with, like, it's... Alright, well, let's take a break and then probably switch and try one of the first two, I guess. We're taking a break. Be back shortly. And we'll see if the game ever gives us options that we feel like we actually want to pick. Be back shortly. Nighty night, Tristan. Thanks for your patience, folks. Wonder, how often I tend to not really like the options I'm presented with in, like, purely narrative games like this. Seems to happen kind of often. I'll prepare you another drink. This one's only half absinthe. Okay, only half of that fell into the glass. What? Need me to... What? Why is it so inconsistent on when it pours? Oh, but if I, yeah, need to ice it once, so we do actually want it slightly higher than that. Okay. Yeah, see there, I went to the same height, and then, okay, whatever, it's good enough. Apparently, Panther, yes. Welcome. Alright, get, tuned into your stress. Look, I shouldn't be wasting my time here. Make your questions quick. I have a lot on my plate. A drink won't hurt. Relax. You look stressed. Let's exploit that. What's the deal with Johanna Seftis? Ah, I shouldn't have asked you about it. But I'm kind of in a pinch here. Look, I might be able to help you if you can tell me a bit more about it. Well, given I ask you where she is, clearly the problem is that clearly the problem is that she's missing. Maybe I could help you. Bouncing is a good detail, yeah. Observation post. Hate coming home from a long day of bartending, taking off my shoes, taking off my socks, and wringing out the 8 ounces of booze that accidentally poured straight into my feet instead of into the drink. These sound like separate questions. Last known whereabouts? Supercontinent's offices this morning. You lost track of her at your own office? I don't know. She just sent a memo to the entire staff that read, "Fuck you all." Okay. That's a spoon, I guess. Are you sure that was her? Nowadays, any joker with a brain drive could have hacked that message in. She attached a photo of her flipping us all off. Oh, I see. I'm completely lost then. Can't help you, I'm afraid. What did you expect? Just don't share this info with anyone or you'll be in serious trouble. Yes, ma'am. It seems that Adrian's rogue implants have fulfilled their purpose. Akira installed the punk in Johanna. It was meant to give the user an aversion to corporations. Her reaction makes sense. Okay, last question. I mean, again, I don't love any of these, although I guess that we like know about SPW and ask you about this. This is actually kind of protecting Diane if we're acting like Diane didn't tell us about it. Like, who's the highest authority at SPW? So it's like kind of a wasted question, except that it covers us having already basically ruined Diane, even though mechanically the game said that we didn't, but logically we have, so... Yeah, I mean, there's this one that theoretically could get more info, but it... I don't think that bluff works. I don't know. Maybe she's stressed out enough that the bluff works. I mean, the legality question pairing with regret makes some sense. It's also possible, like, you know, we're given 3 options, but only 2 of them are especially helpful or things like that, right? Like, they don't have to all do something beneficial as such. We've given them a drink to amplify their stress, Panther. I didn't actually notice if the leg twitch was happening before that or not, so that might actually be right after we did that. It wasn't before, gotcha. There's still just that, like, clear conflict about the game talking about how it's not a game and then being very gamey. So that just feels like a weird background for my decision making to be based on, but... I mean, amusingly, the CEO, why did they tell me about you, kind of fits with ambition more than anything else, and we're off ambition now, but... And, like, why would the CEO tell us about her? Like... is also a thing. Like, even if we were talking to the CEO and we met that bluff, and just be like, why would he? Alright, done with your question, see you later. Like, actually, let's see, do we... I don't remember the name, it might not be he, but... So I don't know. I don't like any, I continue to not like any of them. That's always the like toughest choice in like any games, like the strategy games too. It's like I hate all these options. That makes it the hardest choice. It feels like that happens pretty regularly. It's like, but there's probably a reason that one of these terrible options isn't the worst option, so we should figure... Just give her another absinthe. I'm a little curious if we just like repeatedly serve drinks, if she'd just be like, all right, I'm out, Enough of this garbage. I told you I didn't have much time. But, I mean, if, you know what? Fine. I did, she theoretically could have responded there and been like, no more drinks. I'm out. Ask your question or I'm done, but she didn't say anything there. So I guess I'm gonna go back to Ambition and ask about the Bluff CEO that's like really kind of dumb, but so is the other options. Like, narratively, one makes the most sense just because it protects Diana the most, but like, the game has already told us that Diana is protected, so it feels like I shouldn't do that because it's meaningless, so... Alright. Sure. Just sure. Why didn't the CEO tell me about you? Yeah, okay. It was like, I may have made a wrong assumption and that has been verified. Excuse me? Are you talking about her, about Supercontinent CEO? Oh, our clientele is more distinguished than you may expect. I'm curious about why I haven't been warned of your visit. Are you acting on your own? Of course not. But I don't get my orders directly from Radhika. Interesting? I mean, yeah, it's amusing that it worked, but also... What? Oh. I literally thought this was the CEO. I literally thought we already had the name and weren't telling Diana yet for some reason. Alright, yeah, it was good that we did this. Alright then. Calculated? Yeah, no, I just misread the as CFO and CEO. Which I think is understandable. Too many C Blake O's out there. The F is very similar to an E. But additionally, Radhika was the last name in the list with like, it was Radhika question mark, and that was the start mirror reflection algorithm or whatever it was. Activate my laser eyes is basically what it sounded like. Radhika. Interesting. You know, since Jack left his position to Radhika, we've had some unusual requests from your company. I haven't been informed of that. For example... Oh, I'm sorry, but I definitely won't cross that line. It's Radhika we're talking about. This matter totally outranks you. Forget I asked about it. I'll let her know you've come by. Wait, it's my duty to know about my client's endeavors. You've got nothing to fear. It's all protected by the attorney-client representation agreement. Couldn't you at least tell me what it was my company wanted from you? Can we convincingly bluff further? I mean, she's on board right now, but... I mean, I guess at this point, kind of what's the harm? Dot, dot, dot. You want a vodka on the rocks? Get out. No more questions. A whole long? Yes, that's what I was just talking about, Tiffany. Yep. That was the last person in that queue before Adrienne and Akara got shot. Which I guess might mean that our bluff would have worked as far as it coming out in a week too, but fine, whatever. Tell you what, let's exchange secrets about Radhika. Tell me something juicy, and I tell you what her business was here. It's my boss that we're talking about here, so you go first. I mean, Proxima's the only one that makes sense. This, like, is trying to lead on her ambition, but, like, it seems really flat. This still feels kind of, like, they all feel a little flat, to be fair, but this feels like the least flat. This could make sense, but not based on anything we really know about. Although I guess we know that... We know that they haven't been seen publicly. And are still listed as the current CEO. She wanted info on Proxima. Really? Why do we even have our own hounds at Supercontinent? She shouldn't risk coming to places like this just to ask about terrorist scum. Maybe she had matters to deal with that her hounds shouldn't be aware of. Nonsense. We will always protect the company. The company, sure, but her. In any case, I told you what her business was here. Your turn. Tell me something I don't know about her. You seem to know more about her than myself. I rarely see her in person. I've never spoken with her directly. Only thing I can tell you is that she's incredibly intelligent for her age. And the company's changed so much since she started running it. The kid's a genius. Kid? Just how young is she? My boss is 15 years old. Joke's on me. What? Is it legally possible for a teenager to run a corporation? With lawyers as good as I am, yes. Although she isn't officially running it yet. I mean, how augmented is she that we're that surprised by her age, and Naima doesn't react that we're surprised. What a crazy world we're living in. Well, I'm afraid you've run out of questions. I've got too much to do tonight, so goodbye. Sure, go spread law through town. You seem to be enjoying yourself. So just in case, I'll inform you of the current situation. Supercontinent is going through turbulent times right now. That's good. That spells change for a company. I've seen it many times. But in the process, there's usually a trail of casualties. The way you're playing right now, you've got a ticket to become one of them. Be warned, Mr. Bartender. Didn't know corporate lawyers were in the business of extending such stylish death threats. Huh. There are many fates worse than death when up against corporate law. Have a good night. Thank you for coming. See you next time. Maybe Noriko was wearing a big coat. She was actually two kids in a trench coat. Was my performance to your satisfaction this time? Excellent. Thank you very much. So, quiz time now? If you please. Of course. I find it amusing, in fact. 7 out of 10 or more earns me a prize, right? Go ahead. I'm double blinking at that, partially just because the concept of a psychopath is pretty sus to begin with. It's not terribly real. It's like, eh. Is Naima Kase a psychopath? What? You aren't gonna ask me if she was attracted to me this time? That's irrelevant for Naima's case. Answer the question, please. Is Naima Kase a psychopath? I'm just gonna say no, because I would answer that about essentially everyone. What is her top priority right now? Top priority, huh? I mean, she tailed Diana. Johanna just went missing and she's very stressed about it. She wouldn't have come here if she wasn't chasing Diana around. That's a tough call between those two. I'm thinking finding the CEO is what she's considering her top priority, but like she was tasked with following Diana around. It's like, eh? Like, we have subtle cues that are definitely directing to either one, right? Like, we started out by knowing that she was tailing Diana, and then that, of course, isn't mentioned again. So, like, given that's a more subtle detail, it's further back in the memory, makes me like it better as an answer a little bit, depending on how we want to interpret how the game is trying to be cheeky. But she was specifically in a bind and willing to talk more about Johanna, given that it's really big problems. So I guess we're gonna go with that one. Interesting. Is SPW in jeopardy? No, that's Alex Trebek. Yeah, there was the implication there that whether Diana found us attractive or not was relevant, because it apparently was not relevant to this one. She didn't say, like, as relevant, she just said not relevant. Is SPW in jeopardy? I mean, like, hopefully? I don't know. Like... If I have anything to say about it, or our friend does, would this be more clear if we bluffed with the release next week? I guess we would have more info on this if we had bluffed on the releasing next week piece, huh? So, like, there's a weird, like, further... I'm dancing on, like, well, what do we know, and what is implied by the question that we didn't ask, and how would that question that we didn't ask have been written in this game? Is almost part of my consideration here. Like, I mean, I guess the bluff CEO was useful, so the other bluff might not be useful. I don't know. I've got conflicting, mostly gamified reasons to choose either of these. Sure. Do we... what? M&A? Mirror neuron algorithm, okay. For such a weird thing, you say the name out loud once and then we're abbreviating it now? I didn't know if Diana knows about the M&A. I don't know if Naima knows about the M&A. My questions weren't allowed to bring that up. Yeah, exactly. This is the second time Hackers asked that, and the second time it did not come up in conversation. Maybe if we gave her regret booze, that she would have talked about the mirror neuron algorithm in the legality discussion or something. I don't know. Like... if they're trying to pretend this is above board at all, then she should, right? Hmm. I actually already forgot how we answered it for Diane, too. Yes. Does Naima perceive you as a threat? Yes. Is Naima capable of betraying supercontinent? Capable is a heavy word here. Like, yes, but like, no. How much weight are you giving the word capable here, Agra? I mean, it's not even like to the degree of interested in, just like under current circumstances, or like some sort of qualifier like that. But like circumstances are potentially changing rapidly and things could happen, but I believe her to generally be loyal and prepared to stick with the company broadly. Also, like, here's a thought. How do we know Akira isn't a plant getting information from us? Like, that, could totally be a real thing here, right? Like, how did Akira get out? You think they would have compacted her after shooting her or something? Like, there's no reason that she should have been able to escape afterwards. Because I'm just like, things are getting kind of interesting with the Akira's quizzing here. Like, it's a very curious means of conversing this sort of stuff here. I mean, the system knew enough to shoot Akira. You think they're not gonna, like, clean it up? Like, did she just, like, wander off and, Adrian's body is still just sitting there? Like, she was just sitting there bleeding out, maybe still had time to contact people? I'm gonna go with no. Oh, you're going in on it harder here. Okay. Is she capable of covering murder for her employer? Yes. Exactly, observation. But is she capable of committing murder for her employer? I mean, it sounds she's a corporate capitalist lawyer, so arguably she already has, right? Like, that's a good one, Patrick, yeah. Like, the contextual implication is a direct physical murder rather than a indirect systemic murder. It's also curious that, like, the only time the music was at the forefront was when we pushed the button on the pottery machine. This is interesting. And it also seems, yeah, like, I'm curious why this even matters, but... I mean, it's leaning into the first question, too, which is just a weird thing in general. Like, it doesn't... Why would she ever be asked to? If we're talking about physical and direct here. Like, they have no reason to use her that way. Like... Well, theoretically, Akira already knows the answer to all of these questions. I guess I'm gonna say no. Regarding social psyche welfare, does Naima believe SPW is a good thing? Probably. But it also isn't necessarily relevant for her. And there's also the situation of, like, is good strictly good versus bad in this context, or is it good versus neutral and bad as one broad category? Because it's very possible she thinks it's, like, you know, fine or mildly positive rather than properly a good thing, but do you know that the world is full of nuance? That is hard to boil down to yes or no questions. And also, like, good thing. I think there's enough implication of, like, morally or ethically good rather than financially good. So I think we can at least assume that's not an implication or a gotcha, but it's still pretty murky, I would say. Like, did she show any emotion towards SPW at all, other than surprisingly not reacting when we knew about it? Yes. Do you think technology manufacturers have the right to alter their products after sale? What do you mean? If Supercontinent designed, created, and distributed the human upgrades, do they have the right to modify them? As in, by adding SPW to them? Among other things. Do they have the right to modify them? This is the question we asked for clarification on, apparently. And I guess this is question 10, which is another opinion question, but one that is implied that we can still get wrong. And, like, I don't really know that much difference between the two no answers. Technology bears responsibility. Bears beats Battlestar Galactica? I don't, this kind of sounds like a nonsense phrase almost. The Cyberpunk John Deere Corporation's gonna kill us if we say there's a right to repair it all. Technology bears responsibility just is a weird phrase. Like, I don't... I'm not actually very clear what they're trying to convey with that. Like, that's implying an inherent nature of technology needs to care about how it's affecting the world. Which, like, kind of sure, but, like, it's weird, like, inherent, like, it's not even like a should in there or anything. It's just like they fit it in one line, so it feels weird. Judging your friends on omelet choices, Tiffany. The choice about breakfast food was a tougher choice for me in Life is Strange than the final choice was. Like, fine, just like one, I guess. Like, neither me nor Donovan are this sycophantic. Like, I could see Donovan making that argument, but I'm gonna go this way, I think. Did the percentages somehow impart that information, Tiffany? I'm probably thinking of something different given that you phrased redacted with did in front, but it also seems like it's the most important thing, so I probably know what you're talking about. You watch them do it. I mean, that was the most meaningful part of the game as far as I'm concerned. Still, like, it was weirdly frustrating and gimmicky too, so... But yeah. Sure. No. Once purchased, it's yours. Does paying for something grant you the right to do whatever you want with it? As long as it doesn't affect other people, yes. Or at least something you purchased shouldn't turn into? Yeah, that's what they want. Shouldn't turn into something you don't want. Everything we do affects other people, Donovan. Humans have a concept of freedom delimited by imaginary boundaries, but whatever changes you make to yourself or your things affect your environment in ways you can't foresee. So the idea that possession grants indefinite rights over something sounds flawed from my perspective. Well, but sounds weird and defensive. Oh no. Don't let him get hit by the football repeatedly. He's the second nicest character in the game, right? Well, by human rules, it does make sense. But that's an interesting point of view, indeed. Was that a question, or just food for thought, anyway? Indeed, it was the 10th question. Thank you for elaborating. And, well, how do I do? Alright, we've got 8 out of 10 this time. Congratulations, you won. Okay. That exact phrasing and me saying it slightly robotically is, yeah, that's, God, when was that, like, malicious ad a thing? It had to be a time when, like, random ads could just play audio in your browser, and that wasn't, like, extremely abnormal. Trying to think if it was, like, early 2000s or mid-2000s, yeah. But I already know what I want. Why are you asking what I want? Unless, it's something different now. Wonderful. What did I win? Alright, we've got a memory reset. Oh, I thought it was going to be a different prize this time. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. That variety in the rewards can improve the game's design. I'll try to think of something different for the next time we play. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Although I gotta confess, the anticipation has me excited for the next game already. Glad to hear you're having fun. Listen, I think I'm gonna close for today. My gut tells me we won't be getting any more clients until tomorrow. Yes, it doesn't look like it. Can you tell too? Do you have instincts? What you humans call instincts are just deductions your brain has drawn for you. You simply can't follow the logical sequence due to the vast amount of data your brain processes. Unlike you, I'm able to keep up with my brain. So basically, yes, your gut is right. We won't be having any more clients tonight. Good to hear, because my leg is killing me. Look, it's your own establishment. You're allowed to sit down at the bar. Especially when you have fair warning that people are coming in. If you still want to do the stupid stand up for the customer antiquated garbage. Your leg could still hurt you while you're sitting down, to be fair. But the implication is that it's because he has to stand when he doesn't have to stand. Let's call it a night. Here's our correct team. Got yourself a wired music. Get a Walkman. Drenched foot from standing in all the spilled booze. So, social psyche welfare is some sort of digital happy pill. And the mirror neuron algorithm is supposed to spread it, even among non-implant users? What kind of voodoo is that? Beats me. Donovan's looking into it. Kinbing? We're pretty much fucked. Supercontinent's private network is inaccessible from the outside. And their tower isn't the kind of place you can just walk into, precisely. You left us with a nice farewell present, Adrienne? She's going to enjoy all this. Always loved the hustle, that punk. Shall we perform the last rites? Sure you guys want me in on this? I'm not even part of Proxima. For some reason, Adrienne's chosen you as one of her digital heirs, so... Just accept her, Brandius. She shall live through us. Okay, I'll go first. Okay. Little creepy and interesting. Adrienne, I'll have your empathy. Let me better read into our enemies' souls. Let me better understand our allies' passions. Adrienne, I'll have your wits. Allow me to outsmart our foes. Help me survive on the field. I kind of wasn't expecting a choice here, although I did see there were 4 vials. I mean, I feel if Undertale didn't exist, I would just choose option 1. But Undertale does exist. Determination seems more likely to get Brandius killed. We need to fill Brandius with determination, I think, pretty clearly. I'll have your determination. I hope you don't regret this. Apparently that's considered a 4 pip on the Akari. Sure. Dude, couldn't you be a bit more poetic? And look as corny as you two? No way. Okay, release her into the ocean now. Goodbye, warrior. Released into the ocean. Look. I mean, there's no way to do it. It's not like a little awkward. But... Donovan? Hey, Brandius. How are you doing? Yeah, I'm about to open shop. Yeah, Akara's doing great. You gotta see them. They even designed a little game for us to play between clients. Come on, don't be jealous. You can play with us when you're back. Did you find anything useful? Wow, you sure work fast. And when is the security breach happening? Tomorrow? I just started gathering info. We need more time. You sure there won't be another opportunity? Ah, shit. You'll need to do us a favor, then. I mean, we don't really care where Johanna is, right? But like, how do we even know there's a director of the M&A? Like, what? Like, I don't necessarily know that we should be telling Brandius to investigate something we may not know even exists. And assumedly they're already going to be looking into the mirror neuron algorithm. I guess, I mean, Brandius doesn't know about the CEO stuff yet. And there is good reason to find out more about Radika. So that seems like it just makes the most sense, unless we want to just be frisky and say look for a director we don't know exists. Like, I'm wondering if this implies that, like, there's other questions if we did things differently we would know that this director exists, but, like, it feels weird that it would... Yeah, I don't know. It just feels weird. Like, at that point, it kind of seems like just don't give us the option, then, if we didn't unlock the information to get the option. Right? I mean, I guess we could see what we got here. And I guess we technically haven't been considering the objective list when asking our questions and stuff. Like, we theoretically want to know when they plan on executing that, so doing the bluff with the week out thing might have very likely helped reveal that or whatever. Also, I mean, I guess we don't know exactly who Radika is, but leaving that as like just a pure unknown objective feels a little weird. And why is this a question mark? I guess it's not updating as we find new stuff, it's just adding to the end. Alright, fine. I mean, oh, well, if that's the reason why, like, we just find their name and we already know it to tell Diana about it. I feel like we've already kind of got enough to talk to Diana about. But, like, we don't know there's a director of the... That feels very weird. Diana was pretty worried about Supercontinent CEO. She was genuinely frightened, I'm telling you. Diana has this crazy theory that the company... What? What? Game does not account for things well at all. It's very upsetting. Like, this just seems dumb. Like, if this is what Donovan's actually asking for, then why am I asking for it? Like, this doesn't... Like, this instantly makes me not care about this game, basically, is how I feel about how sloppy that is. Like, the game knows that we know Jack isn't the CEO. We know the name of the person that's the CEO. We know she's 15 years old. Like, we know that she was in Akara's memory as on the list about the mirror neuron algorithm. So why the hell is this choice tasking Brandius with finding out information that we already have. And acting like we don't already have that information. Hello, Draco. Like, that's really a mood kill for this game, as far as I'm concerned. Like, what? Like, I don't know what I'm like. I'm considering just be like, all right, guess we're just closing the game immediately upon it pulling this garbage. Like, I don't know about this at all. Like, sure, Ruel. It's possible the lawyer was lying to us. Welcome back, Janko. Because, like, Donovan's acting like we don't have this information, and we're asking Brandius to get information that we already have. Like, that's garbage. It's very upsetting. But the game is not accounting for it at all. We got the info from a common. I mean, mostly, granted, it is a corporate lawyer, but it, possibly they're really good at it. But like, we already have the like, and the phrasing. This Diana has this crazy theory. Like, what is like this weird dismissive conversation? Like, it's just very. I hate everything about this line of text. But like that, what we have from the corporate lawyer does like reasonably match with what we have from Akara's memory banks and fits with Diana's theory well enough. Like, yeah, Donovan's Oz. Effectively. Like, not exactly, because we're also a booze ghost, but like, I don't. It was a weird something, but like, to be clear, like, this is listed in the list as and like, this just feels like a weird ass way to treat both Brandius and Diana. I mean, we're talking to this person. We've got like a photo that we keep in our little notebook with them. They're to some degree a partner of at least some level of romantic and operational capacity, both. And we have kept some information from them, but like, why would we be asking them to investigate it then? Like, it doesn't matter. Like, that still doesn't line up even with that. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Any way I'm looking at this does not track. It just seems really jank and I hate it. We could have chosen investigate the director that the game has now implied exists that we have no evidence exists, which made much less sense as an ask, but apparently would have annoyed me substantially less if I had picked that option. No, I mean, timing-wise, there's no... Like, it's a linear timeline. We're not really finding things out sooner than expected as such. Like, it's... Our options are pretty linear and, like, kind of... The important decisions are very actively tracked. Like... It's... very weird. And it, like a lot of, like, I've already been being kind of rubbed the wrong way with like how regularly our dialogue options didn't feel like they worked very well, but that this just completely going counter to what we already know feels very bad to me. Okay. Already immediately somewhat redeemed. It's good that I checked a little bit further. Donovan said has... I guess you would still say has rather than had, right? Yeah, alright. Alright. We're judging it perhaps a little too harshly. Okay. That just came off so badly. But apparently Donovan's building on it. Okay. I need to retract at least most of what I've just been ranting about. If we had just clicked the button, the game is less garbage than it felt like it was on that one line. It just felt so weird. But okay. I think it's fine. I am the one that is a fool. It is me. Diana happened to have this theory about the CEO of Supercorp. I already forget its name. As many times as I said it, I should know the name. Supercontinent, yes. That Supercontinent CEO is no longer Jack B. Geiner. Laugh all you want, but I happen to find out she's right. I got it out of Nayama Kasi, Supercontinent's corporate lawyer. Tricked her into chatting about the new CEO. And she started talking about someone named Radhika. You should start there. And Brindeus, be careful. She might be dangerous. Are we going to tell Brindeus that she's 15-year-old and don't be, fooled? Yeah, the crazy theory was part of what made it seem like super off, and it like, I mean, it's one line of text, and you shouldn't read this much into it, but it did have like a feeling of like, you know, those women, they're crazy in their theories or something like it almost felt like that. It was just like this weirdly dismissive sort of phrasing. Donovan. Someone's approaching the bar. Gotta go. Take care. Bye. Why the alarm? Who is it? Gonna take a couple steps back, apparently. Gust. And they're gonna walk over to this side. I've heard you craft drinks based on emotions. You heard right. I've also heard you deal with information. You seem to be well informed. I happen to be a dealer of sorts myself. I can get you whatever you wish for. There's only one rule. No weapons, no living beings. I also happen to be thirsty as hell. So I thought we could be great business partners, you and I, Donovan. What do you say? Also a spooky skeleton. I'm pretty confident I can quench that thirst of yours. As long as you accept information as payment, I could really use an exotic supplier. Sure, don't worry about the details. Money's overrated in this city anyway. Let's take care of my thirst first, shall we? Right on it. Non Paradisi. Am I supposed to know what that means? It's got a nice little skull and crossbones symbol. You want absinthe and bourbon, I suppose. All right. I mean, it does not appear to be that there's any option to not do exactly that, so. No, it's too far out to fit the glass. Apparently. When you keep your emotion floating above near your head here instead of closer to your shoulder, we can't reach the soul nodes. It looks like our regular bartending won't do here. We're gonna need this. This is the shaker. With it, we can combine 2 or more spirits to obtain a powerful mix. The resultant blend will have the combined effects of its ingredients. For example, if bourbon moves the soul-disc up and tequila moves it right, the resultant combination will move the soul-disc diagonally towards the upper right. That way you can achieve the same results using half the amount of spirits. That leaves extra space in the glass to explore new, otherwise unreachable emotions. Okay. But, like, do we dump out this glass? Alright. We just dump that out. Just, alright. Need some more floor booze. Oh, you need me to not spill it out? Okay, that's apparently not how you meant by shaking it. Told me to shake it, I don't... You wanted me to just do up and down here? That, well, that doesn't work. You mean to do left and right, but not so much that anything comes out? Like, can I hold on to the top somehow instead of doing this as a one-handed affair? Like, if only I had hands. Like, we're a spirit pouring spirits. It's rough in these parts. I'm still not sure if it blended at all, but... Like, what is this gentle-ass shaking? Like, what do you want? Like, I don't know if it ever merged or... Because, like, you show the arrows to move it back and forth. Okay, and I can't do it while not... Because I was like, in this mode I can move it around, so maybe I can shake it without it being a problem in this mode, but no. I was like, oh, did I just miss that? No, because it emphasizes that this is when it wants to be shook. It just doesn't... Like, there's nothing that says, like, hold right click to keep the lid on or something. Like the colors didn't merge, but like, if that is insufficient. Okay. I guess it shows the same shaky symbol on that too. I do like the idea of this guy just watching us do this, though. It's like, no, you know what? Looks like this was all a mistake. I'm out. Peace. Oh, if I do it violently while in this mode, then it works. Like, enough that I'm, like, swinging my mouse off of the screen. Even though, I guess this symbol's supposed to be for pouring. Even though it looks like it's for shaking. Okay, game. It'll work, I guess. Oh, too far. Mellow it out a little bit with some random... And then, like, why is it inconsistent when it starts pouring, too? It feels very weird. Just a hint of absinthe. That's probably too much, huh? Well, let's see if it works, then. Okay, it's good enough. Did they just warp the drink to their hand? This flavor. So the legends were true. You are able to sync the customer's emotions with your cocktails. Can you tell? Yeah, I'm cut from different cloth than the rest of you mortals. But don't sweat it. Your secret's safe with me. Okay. As long as you enjoy your drink, I'm happy. Be happy then, because I haven't had a drink this good in ages. Good. How can I help you? Do you have something in mind for this partnership of ours? For now, let's just say I'm interested in backing your crusade against Supercontinent. So let me know if I can get you anything you need. You said you can get anything? Yes, as long as it isn't alive. I can't get weapons either. Do you do liqueurs? Huh. No one's ever sent me for booze, but sure, can do. These liquors I need are not your regular spirits. Red Secret and Blue Whisper. My master, previous owner of the Red Strings Club, had a couple of bottles. But I haven't been able to get any more since those ran dry. I could work wonders with them. Sounds like an interesting endeavor. Consider it done. I'll be back with your stuff. Thanks for the drink. See you later, Donovan. Every time people, like, go out of their way to say a name at this point, too, it ties back into that conversation with Akara about, like, you know, saying people's names repeatedly helps form a connection. That was a bit intense. Quiz time, then. No. No. I can't. I was unable to read the subject. Who is he? Oh, looks like you're not omnipotent after all. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. It puts me at ease, to be honest. Why? I find flaws to be a quick shortcut to empathy. Virtue begets admiration, sure, but a weakness here and there draws compassion and sympathy. No one likes a know-it-all. Yeah. I see. I'll try to fail more often so you can feel more comfortable. No, that wasn't the point. Just be yourself. I like you already, okay? To be myself? Don't overthink it. You can't be anyone else. Okay. I'm still curious. Who is he? This was my first time meeting him in person, but I've heard of him before. None of my contacts treated him with... Treated with him? Treated with him. Sure. None of my contacts treated with him directly, but we'd all heard the legend. A bizarre smuggler who can get you anything you want in less than 24 hours. They call him Ghost. He never asks for money, although clients always pay. Aren't you afraid? Can't say I'm not, as I'm sure your empathetic devices have already told you. On the other hand, Ghost is not the only supernatural dealer around. I detect a client approaching the club. Background check? Larissa Rabierd, age 29, marketing director at Supercontinent Ltd. Oh, nice. It looks like we hit the jackpot. Do you know her? She's one of the wildest night beasts a Neon has ever witnessed. If you run a club in the city, you're fated to meet her. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. Metal Gear. The wildest night beast. And the music is getting a little more active now. Larissa. I love you. Me too, Larissa. I missed you. It's been 5 days since your last visit. How cute. Did you actually count the days? Like every bartender in this town. I'm sorry I haven't been here sooner, Donnie. It's been a hectic week at work. Haven't set foot in a bar in 3 days already. And I've heard many of my colleagues have been visiting the Red Strings Club as of late. So unfair. I came here as soon as I finished tying up loose ends at the office. Huh. I may have to rebrand if my only clientele are going to be corp breed bastards. Please, don't. This is one of the few real places left to have a drink in the city. Although if you actually rebrand, you have my card, right? You never miss an opportunity. I just love my job. Do you have any of my stuff left? I am fully stocked in your stuff. I sense you're a bit anxious. We're old friends, Donnie. You can cut to the chase and tell me what it is I can do for you. Ah, can't hide a thing from you, can I? The matter is quite delicate, though. Closely related to your recent projects. I see. That explains why Diana and Naima came in here yesterday. One day you'll have to explain to me how you pull so many strings without leaving the counter. I've told you 100 times. This club is haunted. I'm a prisoner of the red strings. But in exchange, the club somehow weaves fate to please my desires. You won't ever stop spouting that mystic crap, huh? Gotta admit it's great marketing, though. Building your own urban legend. Laugh all you want. That's my favorite phrase, by the way. I tell everyone to laugh all they want. It's healthy. At least acknowledge my cocktails do pack magic. That's undeniable, yes. You always make me feel things no other man draws out of me. But I'll ascribe that to your charisma. Are you in the mood to share some intel with me, then? Oh, I am absolutely in the mood. However, you're right that this is quite the delicate matter. So why don't we spice things up a little? I love to see your magic at work. But you always end up getting me horny, and I spill everything I want to know. Or everything you want to know. Sorry. So here's the deal. You can ask me whatever you want, but before each question, you have to serve me a drink. And you can't repeat cocktails, okay? Sure, sounds fun. Fantastic. Now please, I've been sober for far too long. Make me a drink. Corners, we've got madness. It's a plane. Euphoria, lust, and depression. This club does deal with one customer in the building at a time, it would seem. The other bars were here when we inherited the place, but really the reason we hired Acura is so that we can make sure there's never more than 2 customers. Out of curiosity, can I just like throw ice in here to begin with? I can't. I can make it small off the cuff if I want to. What are the ice cubes just... Yeah, the textures are dancing in the glass a little bit there. Maybe they're expecting water to react to, and there's no water in there, so they just kind move awkwardly. The Ghost target name? I'm not sure what you're referring to. So we've got 4 drinks. Oh, the target, the yeah. No, I'd have to, go back and check the bot for it. It was like, it sounded vaguely Latinish. Non-paradisi. Yeah, there you go. It sort of feels like a term I've heard like once, but I might just be confusing it with something similar. I mean, we're not ending on this note, so I guess we'll start on that note. Uh-oh. Oh, if we go to the top and bottom of the screen, it triggers specifically, it looks like. Okay. Album by Ghost from the Texorcist OST. Interesting. Like, I don't believe I have the Texorcist OST, but it's possible I've seen it come up. Well, why can't you just stick to beautiful feelings, Donnie? Well, sadness isn't ugly, Larissa. I love all the melancholy you hide under that glittering veneer. It's incredibly beautiful, like meeting your raw self. You know you're the only person that's seen me cry since I was a teen, right? And I feel very fortunate you allowed me to witness such a tender sight. Quit smooth-talking me and ask me something already. I need to wash out this feeling with another drink. So apparently we have 4 questions for our 4 drinks. So just figure out which tries to line up best. Yeah, I know what Texorcist is. Read Biblia or something. The Texorcist had a GDQ run even. I might have actually been hosting during a Texorcist GDQ run at one point. I'm not certain. I might have, it was either hosting or maybe on like donation tracking. I think that sounds likely. And that's the type of game that would probably be in the time slots that I would be most likely to volunteer for. It sounds right. Alright, well I guess we'll keep going forward, but it is break time, so let us do the break thing. Because Motherboards is here, so we gotta take a break. How's it going, Motherboards? Yeah, so consider taking a moment to stretch out and take a break of your own. We'll be back in just a few minutes and see what beans Larissa has to spill. Alrighty, we return. This one. Different hotkey to have the custom scene up here. So, what was her role? It said, but it wasn't noted down. Marketing? Marketing, I think. Given third question and stuff. So we've got madness, depression, euphoria, and lust. Do any of these feel like they connect to any of these? Any of those to these, rather? Like, is there anyone that stands out? We want to save that question for that drink. Madness for all of them. It's interesting that, like, the first question I like matching both with euphoria and depression. Two and three, I'm kind of leaning madness for one of those. Well, seems like she'll be the most distracted, and none of these seem to key in on that, so use that for 4, because that's the one we care least about. Sure. Sounds about like a game plan. Have you met Supercontinent's new CEO? Yes. And any cool insights to share with Donnie here? Sincerely, I'd rather not. Why? Satisfy yourself with knowing Supercontinent's going through turbulent times. Lots of changes lately. One of them is the CEO. A quite peculiar one, I'd say. But they're not ready to reveal it to the world just yet. So that's why Jack is still on paper as the official CEO. Yeah, we talked about the steps earlier, motherboards. They do not seem like very safe steps for a bar. What happened with Jack? Beats me. Never liked the guy. Okay. Let's cheer you up with a new drink, okay? You'd better. Alright, just pick one. It doesn't really matter. Except I kind of want to end on Euphoria, probably. Sure. No. I mean, I will need the ice. Apparently I added ice into here. I just... I'm just trying to... Okay, there we go. Adding ice into here doesn't do anything, it would seem. Alright, is that, that's gonna be too far off, right? Yeah. That's okay. We can fix this. I mean, it's interesting, like, to some extent this makes no sense for the counteracting thing, although it, sometimes cooking do be like this, where it's just like, it's not working, like, something tastes off, just, like, add a little bit of the opposite sort of thing, it'll be fine. Like, adding some lemon juice or something can help, balance out the whole dish or whatever. I don't know anything about cocktail making, so I can't say that that's gonna be true there, but the pill lets me restart the conversation. We got that as a prize from a quiz with our android friend to the left there, quizzing us knowing what the customer's true intents and emotions were and stuff. Yeah, sometimes, Draco. Or if it's too spicy, adding a like fatty dairy can help. Ah, you've actually done it, you sensual son of a bitch. Did what? Don't play coy with me. It only makes it worse. Now you've got me all wet, so either ask me a question or fuck me already. Okay, here we go. So that was, we're doing this one with that one? Yeah. Are you aware of the Johanna Seftis situation? Oh, now you're meddling in internal affairs. What's in it for you, Tiger? There's no it, but... I mean, well, that's not something we know. Is it something we're going to claim? And yeah, that's also what I was thinking, motherboards, as far as the ice goes. But like, I keep. This is at least the second time where it's like, well, we don't know this, but like, do we assume it's factual information we would have gotten if we'd asked the other question to the one person or whatever? Like, we asked Naima about who was working with SPW and stuff. We don't need to reveal, like, constantly reveal who we got information from, though, so I think this makes more sense, even though it's information we don't know, so let me... Johanna is one of the highest authorities on SPW. She's one of my best bets to sabotage your new toy. You know, I don't give a fuck if you kill any of Supercontinent's plans. I just care about doing my job right. I'm not really attached to the corporate agenda. In fact, knowing you could jeopardize everything I've worked for is what keeps me squirming. Larissa. But I don't think you've got the time to mess with this one, honey. Just let it go. That'll be for me to decide. So now tell me, what's going on with Johanna? You're just trying to get me hot, aren't you, killer? Okay, I surrender. Here's the deal with my COO. Johanna's gone rogue. Apparently she sent a memo to the whole company telling us all of us to fuck ourselves. With an attached photo of herself flipping us off. Nice. I knew you'd enjoy that. No one's found her yet. But in the 24 hours she's been missing, she's contacted some of my colleagues, trying to convince them to join her cause. A cause, huh? That sounds very out of character for a COO. Any idea what this cause is about? Bringing Supercontinent down. It's like someone brainwashed her and turned her into a delusional saboteur. My money's on Proxima for causing this mess. Yeah, they've been taking all the credit for cool revolutionary stuff lately. That's all I know. Did I win a kiss? You've won a free drink? Just, you might have to get it out of the floor, though, or the counter. Whoa! little overkill is fun. Dial it back, dial it back. Alright, did not have to dump it out. What an arresting drink. Makes me think of how we identify with our clothes and words. But they're not quite us as an identity. Moreover, in the same way, we're not our dress, but we're not our feet or our belly buttons. We're not any of those particularities, but the sum of them. Wait, here comes the mind blow. The same way my shoes aren't me, other people aren't me either. I mean, you, Donnie, clearly aren't me, right? Right. So if shoes, dress, toes, and lipstick aren't me, but in some way together they are, we could say that in some way you are me too, no? This state is going to be tricky to deal with. But maybe with the proper questions I can fish some juicy info out of the philosophic noise. Where should I direct this madness? That certainly also makes sense for this to be the one that is going to be the least useful result, but stick with the plan. Yeah, let's stick with the plan. This also seems like the most interesting thing to hear her talk about under this influence anyway. Any marketing ideas for the Akara androids? Yes. I have a good one. I'll put up this erotic hotline for boners to call in. And since Akara's got this revolutionary happiness algorithm, they're gonna leave the hotline so fulfilled and happy, they're gonna forget they didn't even come at the end. We'll wait until it becomes, like, legendarily popular, and then unveil there was never actual girls in the line, just Akara's. It's gotta be crazy. So you're planning to unveil them to the public? Yes! We're gonna be putting Akara in a lot of spaces quite soon. Like office buildings and hot springs and food trucks and maybe even a circus. This for real? Maybe not the circus. But yeah, time to get those cutie pies out in the open. You can yap all you want about it with your cyberpunk friends. Rumors are just gonna build the hype. Woohoo! More drinks, please. Okay. Nope. No, that's way too much. I almost wonder if it's easier to dump it out at this point. Can I, pour a little bit back? Yeah. We don't need to dump it out. I don't know why, like, in my head, my initial reaction was like, well, you either have to start over or... Okay. Holy fucking yes! You like it? This is the best fucking drink I've had in my life! Ah, I love you, Donnie. I love you so much. Love you too, my goddess of fun. Okay, shoot before this beautiful rush vanishes. How are you going to convince people to swallow SPW, and when? Whoa! Social psyche welfare! I knew you were sticking your snout in this, being all friendly with Diana and Naima. It's a pretty serious matter to me, Larissa. I understand. You can't wait, right? But don't you worry. It's about to be released, just a couple of weeks. Marketing is gonna be huge. Oh no. Oh my fucking god. Oh no, damn. I forgot. I'm so sorry. You can't wear implants. That's so insensitive of me. But you should be happy for Brandius! So hopefully, we probably haven't had peaking test like that since I've adjusted the audio settings. So hopefully, nothing peaked problematically there. It wasn't the loudest, but it was loud and close to the microphone. Like, Papyrus is loud, but like over here. So there's a little bit of a distinction, but hopefully none of that garbled. Did peak a bit. Interest. Like, it should be hard limited from peaking aggressively, but it still might garble a bit before then. Greetings, VP Pause. Let's see, this was 540. I should make a note to check that in the VOD to hear it back. Okay, I'm gonna serve you another drink before you kick you out of the club. Stop! No more drinks, actually. I've got to go to this amazing party downtown. Why don't you close for tonight and join me? It'll be fun! Thanks, but you know I can't leave the bar. Always the lame excuse. Boo! Okay, I'm out of here. See you soon, Chocoboom. Take care, Larissa. Thank you for coming. See you next time. Are you all right? I feel you are unusually agitated. Phew, that girl is a tornado. I agree. My readings on her were off the charts. Would you like to take a quiz on Larissa? This will be tough, but sure, I'm game. Okay, first question. Yes, she is physically attracted to me. That wasn't the first question. Sorry, it was a joke. First question. What is Larissa's greatest passion? Like, all of the above? Just all of the above. Tied in first place. Like, I kind of feel like the curveball is marketing. She, like, did very much specify that she cared about being very good at her job. She doesn't care about the company, but she does care about being very good at her job. That is important to her. Like, the fact that she's literally infamous across bars for partying and stuff is certainly an indicator elsewise too, but I'm gonna go marketing. I mean, like, the answer's all of the above, but I'm gonna pick marketing. Does Larissa wear implants? I mean, assumedly. She's excited about SPW and... like, yeah. Does Larissa like Johanna Septis? No? I don't think so. Like, it wasn't anything terribly blatant. But I'm gonna go with no. Does Larissa agree with social psyche welfare? Apparently we have this as an option too, but she was very excited about it. Who is Larissa most loyal to? Herself? Herself. Of all her emotions, what is Larissa's predominant state? Predominant state. We get one bite of each of these, and supposedly one of them is her predominant state. Oh, gotta mix drinks in person too, apparently. She was lusty before we even gave her a drink. That is a fair point. There's also the consideration that, like, mechanically, we don't need to, like, zero in on the depression, right? Like, it was the only large one. So, narratively, lust, mechanically, depression? The one she enjoyed the most, Euphoria, which, you know, unsurprising, but, like... Yeah, it just means we didn't need to add ice, but, like... it wasn't explained in a way that emphasized that or anything, but I could see that comparison as far as the, like... You have to take less effort to, like, zero in and find that emotion. It's just kind of there, right? So, I'm gonna go with that based on the mechanical reasoning. What spirit does Larissa enjoy the most? Assumedly... Up? What was bottom right again? We just had the options. That was lust. So maybe right is actually better than up. It's one of those two. So it's either bourbon or tequila. Probably tequila, right? I mean, she seemed to enjoy the madness. That's why it's close. Like, obviously Euphoria is one of the linchpins there, then the other one's lust or madness, and I think we'll go lust, but I could see madness. Is Larissa a compassionate person? I don't believe we saw anything that particularly indicated either way. Oh, there was the she was upset that we couldn't get implants. Yes. And certainly I want to by default answer this yes for most people. Jeez. Heavy Molt Lake. It's like an essay question, Akira. This is rough. Would she be upset if you managed to stop SPW? And why? Like, the neither of the yeses actually fit Like, obviously, we've established she cares heavily about marketing, but like, and doing her job well, but the product failing doesn't necessarily negate that, right? She was reasonably excited, or I mean, we hit her at the right emotion, so you know. But she was excited about SPW's potential and all of that. So it's not only because of the marketing campaign that she cares about SPW. So I think it's no because she's rooting for us, but like, it's almost like yes, but also no because she's rooting for us is the answer I actually want to give. Because it's like, would she be upset is yes, but the reasons, I don't like either of those reasons. And those reasons are kind of the same reason to some extent. She would be upset if we stopped SPW because she believes in it and is looking forward to it, I think, but that's not the reasons that were given. And the bottom no option's definitely right out because she obviously does care about SPW. So, like, the answer feels like it's yes, but I'm still picking this one. Is marketing inherently evil? What the holy fuck? What's the matter? Do I strike you as a scholar in marketing ethics? Do you forfeit the question, then? No, I'll give my opinion, as always. Okay. Is marketing inherently evil? Like, a straight out blanket yes is a little strong for my personal opinion on it, but like, I mean, this is a stream matter, right? Like, I encourage viewers of my stream that is ad supported to use ad block because ads are miserable and I'm broadly against them. Marketing isn't inherently unsolicited advertising, and like, some folks like Adok have pointed out, like, there's cool products that they have found because of marketing stuff that they just definitely never would have found otherwise, and they're happy to have found them. It's like, it's somewhat complicated, but yes, fortunately marketing is a lot more than just unskippable video ads. And I mean, there's also the fact that I mean, I take sponsored game streams on occasion where we are paid to show off specific games on stream that I may not have played otherwise. Best is when I would have otherwise, then it's just a win for everybody. But like, it's a it is a dance, and it's a massive gray area, as most things are. So, pretty easy third option, I guess, in practice, but it depends. Marketing can sometimes be done ethically. If you properly communicate what your product is about, without abusing hyperbole or attaching the promise of happiness to it. Nothing wrong about visibility, right? From what I've scanned online so far, such hyperbole-free marketing you speak of is less than anecdotal. And quite ineffective, I read. In addition, visibility is finite. So inevitably, marketing aims to suppress the competition, and not just that. Powerful marketing diminishes the existence of other media and products in general. It doesn't match with my definition of ethical to limit or cloud the public's options. You're saying that good marketing is always unethical, then? Until I can gather more data on it, that's the conclusion I have reached. I see. I mean, reasonable argument, Akara. And that is not an unreasonable argument. I mean, you can still have marketing under socialism. Like, it's definitely interesting how some of this can shade out. Also, yeah, I mean, this is not just a random indie game though either, right? Like, this is Devolver, right? Like, this is published by Devolver Digital. One of the more marketing heavy indie publishers that so like I believe, like, I can double check, but I think that is the case. Yep, that's it's Devolver. Like, there's just some layers here. I'm curious. You spend all that time you're standing there thinking about the world. Yeah, I mean, like, we could keep talking about how every definition of genre is a murky gray area. Like, what's a non-murky gray area? Soap is great. As, like, an invention. Soap is a great invention. Like, that's pretty factual. But, like, everything else, literally everything else is murky gray area. Microbeads and, yeah, I mean, that microbead toothpaste stuff is nonsense. But, yeah, like, is Ori and the Blind Forest indie? No, but yes. And is, so the big, especially the bigger stuff. Like, this is still a smaller thing that Devolver published, partially before they got as big as they are. And, like, as far as what's indie or not. I think Broad Strokes, for me, it ends up most practically useful for it to be, like, AAA or indie. There's still gray area in between, but, like, even stuff with publishers, I generally am happy to still consider indie. That seems the most useful way to designate the terminology for utility, but, like, in terms of technicality, that is wrong. So, you know. And then, of course, you've got the sort of double-A stuff like Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice and such. But usually the closer it is to the AAA side of things, the less likely I am to like it. But I mean, the, like, core theoretical definition of indie means that if they have a publisher, it's not indie, is certainly an argument I've heard multiple times. I think that's a less useful definition, but in terms of, like, the words being used as an independent developer, like, that is kind of where the, you know, the word came from, even if it's, definition and utility has kind of evolved, like, say, roguelike. And of course, there's various degrees of publishers. There's some that are only going to take 30% and just help out a little bit with marketing, and there's some that are going to take like 70 or 80% and fund the game way up front and help with translations and marketing and testing and like There's all sorts of different degrees of publisher too. Which is to say, yes, I do spend all that time standing there thinking about the world. Isn't that what all people do? Yeah, but you're doing so with a super brain and unlimited access to the internet. Feels a bit uncanny. What if at some point you reach the conclusion that humans are the world's worst problem, and suddenly decide to kill me? Yes, I've accessed a lot of literature and movies on that subject. You don't have to worry. I love you. Wow, I wasn't expecting to ever hear that from you. Is there a problem? No, I like you too. What about the quiz results? Oh god. I thought we did pretty well. Apparently not. We missed half of them. If I had to guess, I would have said I got 8 out of 10. I think is what I would have thought was the most likely. I thought we hit it pretty well. Apparently, not. So everything we thought was wrong and more was wrong. Is pretty much. So I guess she likes partying, and I guess it's gonna say that she would be upset that SPW was shut down for one of the 2 reasons, but I guess the marketing reason and an additional 3 questions are also wrong. I'm sorry, you failed. Damn. I was hoping I knew Larissa well enough to pass. What did I miss? Why didn't we ask this about the previous ones, Donovan? Not what, but who? I don't follow. I located a freelance torturer named Irving. And I thought it would be a nice reward for you to meet someone like him. I thought we were asking what we missed on the quiz, not as a reward. Whoa, that'd be super cool, but I thought you were designed to abide by the law. Recent experiences have made me question the meaning of rules. And for now, I've determined I'll play by yours, since I'm indebted to you. I never expected you to feel something like gratitude. In any case, now I'm dying to meet this guy. So about the quiz, no do-overs? No, I'm sorry. Please? No. But you said you loved me. Unrelated. There's no possible emotional blackmail with you, huh? Oh, Gast is coming. How does he always evade your surveillance until he's at the very doorstep? I like how I still back up even the second time. I feel like I don't need to back up, but that's just because Gast wants to talk at this side of the bar. That was very fast, Gast. Like, did you just have some out in your car or something? Like, I've got your stuff. You got your hands on Red Secret and Blue Whisper in less than an hour. I've been looking for them for years now. Think of me more as a wish granter than as a smuggler. Just who are you? Balberth, Lord of the Convent. What's that? Some underground group of smugglers? Say, do you want to try your new ingredients on me? Alright then. Of course. Let's fix you a drink. Alright, Newman, listen up. 2 of my favorite ingredients are back in stock. The Red Secret and Blue Whisper. These 2 spirits will allow us to fine-tune into new emotions. Have you noticed the little triangles on the soul nodes? Well, they aren't just for show. I was wondering if they were just for show. I was like, are they just like another way to help you center stuff like vertically and horizontally? Like, just sure, I guess? It is not. These red and blue liqueurs can change the orientation of the arrow on the soul disc. So, from now on, you'll have to mind that in addition to the disposition. Luckily, the shaker will help us get many effects into a single glass. Okay. But like, not a whole lot, right? Some of it on the floor. As usual. Wait, why are we even mixing it? Like, it's right there. Maleficarum. I almost expect the next one to be like, Lorem Ipsum. Yeah, I mean, it's right there. I don't need the mixer for this. I assume. Maybe I need to tilt that further than I think. I mean, I can always pour this into the mixer and adjust it if I need to. That's one of the tracks of the album. Gotcha. That's probably good enough. It is not. Oh, maybe it was mostly this that was off. Okay. Man, this is one hell of a drink. Soul-sinking cocktails would be a hit with my friends. You should join me someday in the underworld for a great party. Thank you. I'm afraid I can't leave the Red Strings Club, though. Oh, don't worry. Everybody dies eventually, Donovan. What? A client is approaching the club. Ah, someone interesting, I guess? We're just, yeah, gonna... I mean, Goss knows a lot. Them knowing that Akara can know who's approaching without... Yeah, whatever, it's fine. What's gonna happen if we have 2 clients in the club simultaneously? Dr. Edgar Coldstream, 37, macropsychologist. Also, my father. What? Also, by the way, what? What do you mean your father? He's the director of Project Acura. You're not gonna tell Acura to go hide or anything. Just let's find out. We've got Ghost here. We've got Acura here. Okay, let's see how this works out. I see you got yourself into a fine mess. I better vanish. Good luck. I did, in fact, just vanish. I did think that was a possibility, but... Acura still welcomes them normally, yeah. Greetings, Simouse. And they took some of the lighting with, you know. Welcome to the Red Strings Club. Got yourself some shiny pants. We've got too many cool people. Trying to avoid a voice overlap here. They do like playing with their little alfalfa sprout though. So, this is the infamous Red Strings joint, huh? My name's Edgar. This place looks quite desolate for the insane amount you must have put into advertising. Good evening. My name is Donovan. And I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Come on. I barely log online. It's all banners and pop-outs about this club. Acura promoting our club, right? Whoa, that sure wasn't me. Haven't spent a dime on promotion, ever. Weird. Okay, first things first. Is that an Akara android you're wasting as a greeting machine? I didn't know they'd introduced them to the public already. Not exactly. But you could consider this some sort of closed beta. Cool. Do you mind if we have them join the conversation? I don't know if that's a good... Yes, Father. I programmed them all to address me as father. I guess I'm compensating for my lost semen dispenser. Sure. You've had many beautiful children. Congratulations. Thanks, dude. How's Acura been doing so far? Are you happy with their performance? I guess it's just one. You could do 3, I guess. Akira's amazing. Way beyond my expectations. Their empathy's off the charts. Superhuman. In no time, they've adapted to my work style. They've been really helpful and supportive. You should be proud of Akira. Thank you. It makes me happy to hear that. Thank you. You praised Akira and made Akira happy. String. Oh, wow, that's great to know. I was afraid all that education Supercontinent's putting them through at the clinic may have ruined their nature. Education as in schooling them? No, as in teaching them corpse philosophy. It's all the idea of the new CEO. Quite ironic if you think about how she was trained. Would you mind telling me more about the new CEO? That's a delicate issue. I'd rather talk about my stuff. Sure, what's your stuff? The mirror neuron algorithm, baby. I spent ages trapped in the lab giving shape to it, and now I can't wait for people to know its wonders. Sounds exciting. You bet. Although I gotta say, I'm a bit disappointed you haven't offered me a drink yet. Of course. How rude of me. Let me put something together for you. But wait. No tequila, please. My body doesn't really deal well with it. That complicates things a bit, but gotcha. Just don't fix it. Okay. I am right that tequila was right? Yeah. So we have to discard if we overshoot. Noted. Oh, the tequila's just gone. Okay. Oh, damn it all. I'm still picturing this actually happening, right? Just like, all right, let me make you a drink. Spills everywhere. Yes, what are their emotions called? Fraud and vanity. I mean, we've already been kind of touching on their vanity. Yeah, Noida vibes, sure. Greetings, Drew. So, is this like still proportioned in here? Like, what if I just add like a little bit of that? And I was just heading to Fraud, but we'll go to Vanity instead. That seems like the better starting point to me. Look at how far this is tilted and nothing's come out. Is it just like random each time? Yeah, like we tilted to theirs. And it's not based on speed, because I did it very slowly that time, and it's still... weird. Okay. Don't hold the button. Do that. Throw it an ice cube. And have some more absinthe. Okay. Oh, really? True. Fair enough. I mean, it can happen. You would feel pretty sorry for the bartender at that point. Oh, shut up. How is a human being able to craft something this flawless? I may have found my equal, but applied to bartending. I mean, I'm probably the #1 scientist alive. Probably in all history, in due time. But you, my friend, you are the best bartender this universe's chaos has ever given birth to. My most sincere congratulations, you talented son of a bitch. We should take a picture together, for the annals. Whoa, dude. That almost seemed like mixed dialogue that was supposed to be separate. That was weird. Hey there, Nate. I'm glad you like it. Are they in another conversation at the same time? Understandable, Drew, yeah. Okay, I'm back. What shall my privileged intellect help you with? I mean, how do we know about the pottery? I mean, this is what they know the most about and what we can most relevantly get for them, I assume, so. I'm dying to know more about the M&A. I bet you are. Are you ready? Sounds... I don't know if you can pull that off, Donovan. They're wrapped up enough in their own ego that they will probably buy it, but that oh god, I'm so hyped. First of all, our assistant here will fill us in on the basic information. The mirror neuron algorithm is the first program to live and reproduce in human beings. Using implant wares as transmitters, the M&A can broadcast subconscious conditionals to implant-free subjects. This is performed via micro-expressions and subtle body language. Given enough exposure, an implant-free subject will adopt these patterns, becoming a new host for the program. Oh my god, that sounds terrific! Why didn't you tell me if you've known this all along, Akron? Ah, don't blame them. These cuties come with pretty strict confidentiality protocols. Only a few of us at Supercontinent can override them. And so, what do you think? Doesn't this sound super villainous? Digital disease. Pretty much. Reminding me of a small bit of How to Lose the Time War. See, if we had them under fraud conditions, maybe that, but... I mean, they kind of just said how it was possible, and we kind of already know what they're broadcasting, but... I mean, I guess in terms of knowing how to stop it, knowing more, as much as possible of how it works is probably best. How is this even possible? I kinda get how you could control implant wearers, but I don't see myself falling for that micro-expressions bug. Ah, that's where the magic of mirror neurons comes into play. And don't want to bore you with the scientific stuff, so I'll put it in layman's terms. These mirror neuron things fire when an animal acts, but also when an animal observes action. And humans' mirror neurons are AAA shit. So basically, may I recommend you tell Donovan about the experiment with primates? Ah, good idea, thank you. This illustrates it pretty well. If you eat a candy bar in front of a monkey, the monkey will start salivating due to these mirror babies. If you do it in front of another human, the effect is the same. But, here comes the twist. If you act as if you're eating candy, just mimicking, no candy involved in the process, the monkey won't salivate, but the human still will. Monkeys are immune to drama, but our mirror neurons trigger even in response to simulated actions. The same as hunger. Happiness, sadness, rage, etc. can all be transmitted through the mirror neurons. Mirror neurons play a critical role in empathy, after all. So basically, unless you're some underdeveloped primate, you'll be susceptible to the MNA. Very cool, huh? Yay! Want to know more? What do you plan to broadcast? Social psyche welfare. And that's it? Dude, this shit isn't some toy. It's been developed for a good purpose. But just like nuclear energy, it could be catastrophic in the wrong hands. And what keeps the wrong hands from getting on the MNA? First of all, it's pretty tightly guarded in supercontinent servers. But even if a hacker got their hands on it, it's not like you can code for the MNA with JavaScript precisely. Microexpressions are quite inaccessible for us humans to code. There are terabytes of data involved in handling, say, the frown. How did you do it, then? You need an incredibly powerful AI to translate the logic patterns to the MNA. Basically, in the current day, Acra is the only one that can pull that off. And what if someone snatches an Acra unit alongside the MNA? Well, in that case, they'd still need to hijack the whole implant network to run the program. That's like hacking the whole internet, dude. Okay, first thing, you should work on not telling some bartender you just met every step needed to get a hold of the MNA. Secondly, if I got the MNA and Acra to serve my mischief, no need to hack the internet. I'd only need to put a gun to the right head to broadcast it through Supercontinent's implant network. Whoa, shit. You're right. I guess our failsafe here is Acra, then. You'd never betray us, right? Define us. Define us. It's hard to say, like, anything that's, like, short in a weird voice, it's hard to keep when I'm switching back and forth between voices. That's why when you're, like, voicing characters, you want to just stay in one character and keep reading all their lines most of the time. That's not how it always works, but... Okay, you and me will review some protocols when we're back at the lab. Good grief. I mean, as far as I know, we don't actually know why we yawn. Like, that's still just, like, actually unknown. There's various theories. And I don't think I've even heard that one before, but... There's a lot of weird behavior. Like, I mean, rubbing our eyes when we're tired, too, that's a natural, not learned behavior. And we don't really know... I mean, we don't know why we sleep, for for that matter. We are weird, complicated animals that we still do not understand very well. We don't really understand how weight gain works. We have a really bad grasp of nutrition. It's this is a complicated mess of a machine that this flesh sack we are inside of. I mean, we already, like, made them agree that it's easy to hack. I don't know that we particularly need to call them a supervillain at this point. I'm sorry you're getting all these bad vibes from the M&A. I didn't even call you a supervillain. You're still saying I'm getting bad vibes. I mean, I did explain to you how I could hack it. Like, it almost seems like they're responding assuming I chose all three options. Which I think most people would do, but the game made a point of, like, telling us to not do that early on, basically, so... Like, I'm not sure. There is still, like, enough of a gray area that we could be considered, getting worked up about it, but like the fact we didn't call them a supervillain and then they're basically responding like we just called them a supervillain feels weird to me, so... I get how your lack of information would get you all worked up. But I promise I'll put your mind at ease before I leave. Let's clear the mood and move on to another subject for now. Yeah, man, evolutionarily, there's a lot of situations that are more so like, rather than this helped the species survive, it's that it didn't hurt them surviving. So there's surely a lot of traits that many animals, certainly including humans, have picked up where it's like, well, this doesn't actually help survival necessarily, but it didn't hurt it, so it's just a weird gene that's been spread down. And it's incredibly hard to tell the difference between the two, right? Like, there's so much, you know, scientist anthropological guesses on some of that stuff where it's like, well, this might make sense as a way for small groups of humans to work together better for this reason, and it's, yeah, it's weird. But then you also like have things that like clearly evolve very reliably. Like there's examples of like bird species that like basically have evolved the same way multiple times, like in different isolated locations and stuff. So like that's pretty interesting to see. The world's freaking wild, basically, is what I'm getting at here. And I mean, obviously carcinization came to my mind. Yup. It's That's just another interesting thing. Like, not even like carcinization itself is interesting, but the fact that carcinization is now a meme is also interesting to me. Like, I feel like 3 years ago, right, I would have to explain what carcinization is. And there's still some people that are watching that probably aren't familiar with the term, but like, I feel more than half of people watching right now, like, know what we mean when we say carcinization. And I don't think that would be the case even 3 years ago. So, like, it's just interesting mimetic knowledge spread. It's very curious how that happens in very kind of specific kind of niche things once in a while. Or really all the time, but... Yeah, it's referring to the concept that evolution repeatedly results in crab, is the short answer. Basically, like, that a lot of kind of distinct evolutionary branches still end up becoming crabs independently, and it's kind of it's a whole thing. It's very repeated, and there's been plenty of memes created that reference that and stuff. But like, yeah, just like super independently, like evolutionary branches, like at least probably millions of years ago, I'll assume, but like these are not things I'm super confident in, but a long time ago, separate evolutionary branches have still independently resulted in crab. So you've got non-crab crustaceans still evolving into crabs, basically. So it's interesting. Evolution's wild. And because crab is the optimal life? Apparently. Although if we were looking at likeliness of like another reasonably conscious, intelligent, overruling species like human, I think some sort of octopus or squid would be more likely than a crab. Although one does wonder, like, it's difficult to do chemistry underwater, and chemistry is important. But it's lots of interesting and weird things out there. I'm also stalling because I'm figuring out if I'm going to do any more of this right now or not. Can we estimate how far we've come here? Okay. I won't read whatever that last note said, but so we've done like 65% of the game, maybe? Something like that, maybe. My estimate was 9 hours. So might be a little past that for us. Yeah, so probably more like 10 or 11 or something, but we could finish it in another stream. That's short enough that we probably should. I almost feel obligated to, after like ranting about something that seemed terrible for like 4 minutes and then clicking one more time in the next dialogue box cleared up why it was mostly not terrible. It's like, oh. Well, I guess we should maybe... There's still like a handful of other things that are kind of rubbing me a little the wrong way, but... The one that really upset me was cleared up in a single additional dialogue box, so... Yeah, I imagine it was, Draco. Okay, we need to figure out when we're finishing it then. So... I mean, I guess it's probably easiest and most logical to just, like, do it tomorrow. Is that the play? There's always the dance between, like, try to plow through something, like, narrative all at once versus kind of mixing it up with some of the more usual content, so... like trying to appease everyone, but then it like breaks some of the flow, and it's always kind of weird. But as far as this only being one more stream, I guess we'll probably just plan on finishing it tomorrow. That likely makes the most sense, and of course VODs will be available for anyone that misses any or part of it live or whatever. And oh, we've got a separate quit button. How long have it been? I mean, it was at least like saved right before the last like decision point. Like, how long were we talking about carcinization? It's probably fine. Like, at most we should have like 1 or 2 dialogue things to redo. I think we can quit safely. That's probably okay.